welcome in to the NCAA Watch Party. It's the best 3 days of the year.
Easily.
It's not even close, Bay.
I'm not even counting any other holiday in the same ballpark.
Yeah, so we got ourselves the NCAA Championships about to kick off. We're going to be following the action with you guys. If you want to watch the matches, tune into ESPN, ESPN Plus. But we're going to be kind of breaking things down in real time. Spade, we got some segments. We don't normally have segments.
We did a little bit of prep for this.
We prepped.
This is, a new watch party environment. We're in a new location, and we wanted to pull out all the stops. We're still in Austin, but we're not in the Flow HQ. And look, I'm going to keep track of all the snacks and drinks that we're having because I got my yerba, I got to get some caffeine. You got your black coffee.
Black coffee.
Okay, so that's really important. But
I do have a water over here. Don't know if you documented that.
Not yet. We got cheers to staying hydrated. But we're also going to challenge each other on my bracket, your bracket, everyone else's bracket out there. Drop it in the chat. What do you want to do? If there's a match that you know that some guy's going to win and you want to challenge, then we'll do a push-up challenge.
All right.
Yeah, 5 push-ups a challenge.
Dude, I'm down for that.
We're going to keep track of that, and then we're going to we got alarms. We got to figure out a way to put off the sirens. Or maybe we'll just pull a fire alarm. Here in the studios.
I do own a cowbell, and then yesterday I learned you are actually allergic. You're actually allergic to the cowbell.
Yes, yeah, I go into anaphylactic shock. Yeah. I have an EpiPen with me for if I start hearing cowbells, so you can save my life, literally. But I don't come from cowbell country. But you know what? If we have to use a cowbell, if that's the only way we can sound the alarm we got upset alarm. We got big matchup alarm, so you can get ready to watch. We got the pinfall alarm because everybody loves a good pinfall at the NCAAs. That's bonus points. Cool move alarm. And then if you catch us using a cliche, a wrestle here, a work from here,
use it.
If somebody says 2 instead of 3,
use it.
You put $1. You put $1 into the 3-point takedown jar.
Okay.
And then we're keeping track of all sorts of other stuff like wrestling terms. If you invite your friends to watch wrestling, I know basketball's a big deal now, but you steal some time away and they go, well, what does blood round mean, or what is the celebrated dog bone configuration?
You got to teach them.
Yeah, teach them. So we're gonna have a glossary of terms, and then name mispronunciations. It happens. You don't hear a lot of There's 330 wrestlers in there. You don't know how to pronounce all their names. So we'll do our best. Maybe we'll get it wrong. Maybe you'll be able to correct us.
Yep.
And then that's all I got right now. If you want anything else, go ahead. Oh, man, we got wrestling started right now. I'm going to shut up.
And, the ESPN broadcast is right now locked in on Wynton Dinkins and Teague Travis, which that's a really fun pigtail match. Wynton Dinkins, Spade, we
went scavenger hunting with him.
We did a scavenger hunt.
I was scavenger hunting with a couple different college teams.
I was at Campbell last year for a scavenger hunt. Wynton Dinkins, sorry to blow the lid off this, but we already did it on the video.
It was found out.
He had a dog. He had a dorm dog, which
is a no-no.
That's a no-no. But he had and it was a big dog. It's like a boxer or something like that, just living in his dorm.
Just chilling in the dorm. You don't usually see that.
But he's wrestling Teague Travis. He's the 33 seed. Teague Travis was supposed to be out for the year with injury, and then all of a sudden, the week of conference tournaments, bam, Teague Travis replaces Carter Young. And now here he is wrestling at the NCAAs. So.
There's been some wild lineup moves for Oklahoma State as, I think we might get the first score on the ESPN feed. Teague Travis is in deep. We can't really do play-by-play, but we'll try to keep you updated on what goes on. But Teague Travis was up at 157.
Yep.
And then injury. Okay, so what do? Well, if you're Oklahoma State, you brought over 3 new 165-pounders, all from the Big Ten. Dean Hamady was going to move up to 174. That was pretty much already in the cards. So he's established himself there. You have Cam Amin is going to take over 165, and Caleb Fish had a redshirt year, so he was going to go on redshirt. Maybe wrestle 165 the year after because Cam Amin would be at eligibility. Well, now Teague Travis goes down. Hey, Caleb Fish, you've never wrestled 157 varsity before, but you're cutting down to 157. Yep. And then he wrestled there the whole year. And then you get towards tournament time, and it's like, hey, guess what? Teague Travis is healthy and maybe a better option than Carter Young for whatever reasons. And it's like, all right, well, you can cut down to 149. And now you got a much different lineup than what Cowboy fans thought they were going to be seeing in the beginning of the year. But that's pretty par for the course. Every team is going to have different lineups by postseason.
Yeah, and Teague Travis with the lead at the moment. He's up 3-0. So
first win of the NCAA tournament. Nolan Wertinen of Michigan over Hunter Leak of California Baptist.
There we go. California B getting it done. By the way, we're at the Purple Bee out here north of Boston. Yeah. And, man, couldn't do this without them. Appreciate them. Also, this whole entire watch party sponsored by Cliff Keen Athletic.
Yeah,
So
we
you're
were
gonna
almost
notice-
shirt brothers, but you took off your Cliff Keen sweatshirt and you're wearing a T-shirt instead.
We actually were shirt brothers for a moment. You've got the Cliff Keen right there on your sleeve. I got the Cliff Keen on my hat and on this T-shirt. I've got Cliff himself right here on my T-shirt.
That's Cliffy K right
That's
there?
Cliff, the Hall of Famer. All right, Spade. We got the 8 mats pulled up here.
Oh, I love the 8 mats.
We got the main mat here with Whartonen up 7-4 and Leak trying to get it done. Man, what a match! Look at Leak keeping his foot in. That is nuts.
Oh wait, was there a pinfall?
There's the fall.
Oh, Leak pin Whartonen. I said Whartonen won, but that was the score at the pin. Whartonen was
We got it. We got to lock
blunder alert.
We got to lock in.
I blundered.
Speaking of locking in, the YouTube chat, of course, you guys are locked in. Love to see it. We got Keith Gothard already. Larry Steele was the first one. He's excited to party. I don't know if you remember, Spade, but
From the Olympic watch party.
Larry Steele was tuned into the Olympic watch party from his family vacation. He was hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes Dad's got to go into the bathroom and get a little private time.
He said that this time he's not hiding in the bathroom. He's not on vacation with his family. He took the days off. So
That's a smart man. That's a very smart man.
He's got 4 days off.
That's called planning ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, good stuff.
We should mention, because the Pigtail is different now, your 174 brackets had an update. If you didn't see, you can go on Little Rock's Twitter page or their social media.
Yes.
They made an announcement. Tyler Brennan is out of the NCAA tournament. They explain it all there. You probably heard about it if you're watching this watch party, but it's Michael Wilson from Ryder that's in, and then Tyler Brennan was 29, so everybody from 33 to 30 slide up a spot. And then Michael Wilson gets that 33 spot in the Pigtail, so he's wrestling McGill of Columbia. So that's a little bit different, but it probably won't affect too many brackets. But you never know, because what do you got?
Look at this. Johnson of Northern Illinois, he just put Richard Federline on his back, got the fall. He was down 3-0, and now Johnson with the fall.
Another guy losing and then comes back with the pin.
At 157. I think
Landon Johnson over Richard Federline.
I think I picked Federline to win that. International Man of Mystery, Richard Federline. Yeah. Surprise. Wait. What's going on here? Oh, they're not done.
Oh, false. Another blunder.
Wow.
We each got one apiece now.
Okay.
I do want to say at 174, somebody affected by that change in the bracket is Jackson Turley, who is an All-American, is very dangerous, goes upper body, he's fearless, and he moves away from Dean Hamity to Garrett Thompson, the number 4 seed from Ohio.
Yeah.
A lot of people kind of had Garrett Thompson circled as they're a little surprised about how high that seed was. Thompson earned it in a lot of ways, no shade on Thompson, but Jackson Turley is not a guy you want to see in the first round if you're the 4 seed. So I have paper brackets. Bray has, he's all electronic. He's
I got
in the
digital.
future.
I got digital.
Yeah, I'm analog.
By the way, we got the question in the chat already. This is the question that we're going to answer the most probably during the weekend. Where do you watch the actual wrestling?
Where do you watch it?
ESPN, ESPN Plus. Hang out with us to kind of break down what's happening.
You guys know how to use your 2 screens, your multiple screens.
Yes.
Get that second screen experience going with your pals.
That's right. And honestly, like, what's better than, if you're watching the NCAA wrestling tournament, what's better than doing it with some wrestling friends?
Yeah,
the best
guys
thing.
to talk wrestling, and you can talk to us in the chat. The YouTube chat is what we're monitoring.
Yep.
TP and Esco in the chat. Let's go.
Oh, dude.
Let's go.
Yeah, TP and Esco, those guys, they're winning matches, and they dominate practice.
Go to YouTube and type in TP and Esco and listen to some dope beats and guys rapping about wrestling. Doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah,
shout out to our guys.
Yeah, they are, I think, definitive #1 rap.
Yeah,
wrestling rappers.
100%. Yeah, wrestling hip hop artists. You stack rank them, and they are on top of every single list.
Yep, it's not close. Okay, so all right.
Michael Wilson, Jared McGill, 1-1. That's a match, or they're in overtime. So Wilson trying to make the most of his time. I hope he stayed on weight, and it wasn't too bad of a cut.
Yeah, I hope so too. All right, so I
got a pronunciation question.
Right,
the Appalachian heavyweight that's in the Pigtails.
Okay.
Is it Steven or Stefan? It's Steven with a Phan, and then the last name is Moncherry. Moncherry?
I think so.
Moncherry.
Moncherry. It's he's very French.
He's a French man.
Don't hold that against him.
I speak a little French.
Okay.
You're an a-hole, pardon my French.
Okay. Yep. I remember that.
Yeah. I go to the well with that one a lot. He's losing to Hayden Filipovich of Purdue, 5-0.
Yeah. Nash Singleton up 7-0 over there. Man, Nash Singleton finding his stride in the postseason. He looked really good at Pac-12s. Got the Pac-12 title, dominant fashion. That guy got the crowd fired up. I was really excited to get
you
to
were at Pac-12. You were in Corvallis.
Yep. Corvallis was lit. The Pac-12s were awesome. It's only 4 teams this year. They did the entire conference tournament on one mat.
Yeah.
So
it's basically 4 dual meets. It was 40 matches, basically.
The coolest thing about that was like, normally it's like this. You got 8 mats and you're trying to figure out which mat do I watch. Well, one mat, you watch that mat.
Yeah.
And there are guys that you would never, that would maybe not be on your radar to watch, that their records for the season are 3-10 or they're, whatever. They're all so freaking good. It's insane.
That's the crazy thing about NCAA D1. You look at a guy's like, oh, he stinks, or what's he doing out there? And you're like, no, these guys are all hammers. They were the best wrestlers in their state, in their county.
Yeah.
They were all everything, picked first in gym class for everything. And then there's just levels to it.
Yeah.
Also, it was on Thursday when there was no other conference wrestling. It was genius.
More conferences need to do this.
We got to spread it out.
Let's get a Wednesday.
Spread it out.
Let's get a Tuesday conference
Start
tournament.
Monday.
Let's get a Monday conference tournament.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Hit it all. I mean, Ivies are 6 teams, ACCs is 7 teams, EIWA is smaller. We can spread this out.
Yeah. Teague Travis 7-1, the winner.
Oh, we got our first championship bouts.
Yep.
125. I see. Where was it? I just saw it take the mat. Oh, they haven't started yet. Charlie Farmer and Sheldon Seymour, an all EIWA first matchup. Seymour definitely outplaced them. I forget if they wrestled or not at EIWAs.
Dang. TP and Esco, they're throwing us a super chat. $1.99. Thank you very much, TP and Esco. We love you guys.
Round
too.
of applause.
They're the best. You guys are the best.
All right, hey, I'm gonna keep track of who the super fans are, who's paying us.
TP and Esco, you gotta throw them in there.
100% right now.
Yeah.
Super fan counter.
Fedolin on his back and man, Johnson trying to get this thing done.
Lando.
Oh, this is an interesting one. Gallagher and West. Max Gallagher up now 3-0 over Blake West.
I like what Scott Ross just said in the chat. He had to skip this year, so I have computer on Flow, watch party on TV, on Matcast, all 8 mats on ESPNU coverage. That's how you do it, Scott.
You know what? Mm-hmm. There are so many ways to enjoy the NCAA tournament. Being there in person, incredible. If you can't be there in person, watching it, you kind of get to lock in a little more. They're both great,
I'm going to watch more wrestling this year than I ever have in the last, every year but 20 and 2021 we weren't allowed in, but from 17, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're up in the crow's nest in the press box. You're further away from any other fans, and I'm blogging the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm hardly watching any wrestling. I'm mostly watching track wrestling.
FYI, returning NCAA champ Richard Figueroa now on the mat.
Richie Figs, let's go. All the 125s are out there now. Now we get to see if we bust some brackets. Let's get our brackets out, everybody. 125.
Yeah.
Who's everybody picking? Anybody picking any upsets?
Hey, Daniel Sanchez, by the way, I will pick some upsets, but Daniel Sanchez saying he can't find the brackets on Flow Arena. Hey, Daniel, they are on Track Wrestling.
Track. I'm going to drop that link in the chat.
Yeah, drop it in the chat.
Here's the brackets, baby.
So, Daniel, don't worry. They're coming. They're coming in there.
Boom. I hope that link works. I guess you have to cut and paste that link. It's a long Track Wrestling link, but it does work. I just did it.
Yeah.
It works. It'll work. It'll work.
Yeah.
You got to trust us.
Just get in there.
Trust your friends here at Flow. So any upset possibilities? Let's see. Well, you got Max Gallagher, Blake West is an interesting one. Gallagher is wrestling in his home gym. He's a 17. That could be not his home gym, but his home city. That could be a 17 over 16. Not really an upset. I don't think you can call that one. Here's one I picked. I don't think you picked it.
Okay.
13, Mark Anthony McGowan from Princeton, and number 20 seed Brendan McCrone of Ohio State. I picked middle school McCrone.
McCrone could do it. I mean, the thing is, their skill sets are so different. McCrone he can score a ton of points on the mat. He can pin you. McGowan, really good on his feet, can sting you there. So, no, you're right. I did pick McGowan. One upset that I would keep your eyes on at 125 here, I picked Trevor Anderson of UNI over Nicolas Rivera. Rivera is highly dangerous. He can, he can score from anywhere.
He came on strong in Big Tens.
Anderson will win those matches that are super sticky and gritty and tough. So I picked Anderson there. Didn't feel strongly about it, but we've got the McGowan-McCrone match over there on mat number 8.
We got an upset alert on mat 7. Dean Peterson down 3-0 to Antonio Lorenzo of Oklahoma, formerly, I believe, of Cal Poly.
Yeah.
Peterson has a range of results that you can expect.
He does.
He can look like a surefire All-American, and then he's dropped some losses. I think he's got at least one unranked loss on his resume this year. He's a tremendous wrestler, a lot of fun to wrestle, very tough, very Rutgers. Now it's 3-1, but you gotta be ready for a roller coaster.
Figueroa, by the way, with the takedown, so he's up over Kendall Holman of Cal Poly, California PE, Cal Poly.
Yes.
And so Figueroa in the lead there. I mean, the story about Figueroa is just, last year it was like he came into the tournament
very
with 5
similar
losses.
vibes last year and this
is he
year.
good? Is he not? I don't know. And then all of a sudden, boom, tournament locks it in, and look at him. He's locking in near fall.
It's the bright lights. He loves to wrestle. We got an all-name team potential member on mat 1, still a Pigtail at 197. That's Wolfgang Frebel of Army.
Yep. I believe Wolfgang Frebel, I believe he was a Wyoming seminary guy back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I cut you off. At EIWAs, 2 of the loudest fan bases, which is why everybody should go to EIWAs, by the way, is Army and Navy are there.
Yeah.
And they are loud, and they bring their entire team. Their rosters are super deep, and they're kind of funny. They're still college kids. I know they're future, military officers, so they're serious guys. They mean business, but they're there to support their boys, and they get into some heckling. And cheering for Wolfgang, there are a lot of wolf howls, as you would expect.
Love it.
Yeah, good stuff.
By the way, Spade, look at this set. We got the Cliff Keen singlets, the headgears, all this stuff behind us.
Look at us.
It's unbelievable.
Who would have thought?
Who set this up? It was us.
It was us. We did it.
It was us. We really did it.
I just kicked my keys. But yeah, this is more stuff courtesy of Cliff Keen. Thanks for all of the cool stuff.
Yep. Dean Peterson trying to come back, get this takedown here late in the first.
Yeah, still a lot of time to work. I don't want to make Rutgers fans sweat this early.
He can definitely work from here.
It's a cliche alert.
Uh-oh.
It's also a long tournament, and I've seen this. This was always my favorite thing in the message boards back in the day when, like, the mat.com was really, like, the main way to follow wrestling, like, even before Flow, certainly before watch parties and whatnot. But somebody would be real locked into their team, and they're like, we're wrestling so well. They're buying all the hype, the coach speak stuff. And they're expecting outperformance of seeds in every guy.
Yes.
And then the first day ends, and they got some losses, but everybody's basically still alive.
Yeah.
And they go into meltdown mode, and they go into, like, fire coach, I was lied to. They feel betrayed. They feel stupid for blowing up their team. And there's some crazy stuff that you would see on those message boards. Not so much anymore, because message boards are kind of like not a real viable medium, except maybe Reddit, I guess.
Yeah, well, Reddit, that's kind of what they're doing. They're kind of making
they're taking over message board. They may take over the old Twitter guy. We'll see.
All right, still no score for McGowan and McCrone. McGowan was close to a takedown there. Dean Peterson has tied the match 3-3. He got a second stall call and the escape, so it's 3-3. And now Lorenzo going to go underneath. So
wait, how did he get the third if it was stall call?
So he got taken down. He got the escape.
3-1.
Second stall call is 3-2. And then he got an escape in the second period.
Oh, I see.
Oh, wait a minute. No, this is just starting the second period. So he must have got a third stall call. Interesting.
Wow. How many stalls can you get in one? They're just started the second period.
Yeah, he got 3 in the first period.
And now Lorenzo's out, so that should be 4-3. I heard on Twitter that ESPN has a hard time displaying the scoring in real time. Well, I don't know if that's ESPN or whatever. There's a lot of here's the thing about wrestling tournaments.
A lot of moving parts.
And every venue is different. This is not like a pro team where, the NCAA Wrestling Tournament happens in this place like every weekend, or you have, this many baseball games. And those things run like clockwork. Those production pros, they're getting paid a lot, and they're in there every other day for full seasons.
Yep.
You get hired, contracted for the whole thing. This is like, we got to pull people from all over the place and do this one big event, which is, by the way, completely different than every other event. This is not one team versus another team. This is not, a UFC card. This is totally unique in the world of high-level sports, which is why it rules so much.
Yeah,
but
it is.
Anyway, I'm making a lot of excuses.
It's unlike
hey, you're a fan.
else.
You want everything to work right. I get it.
Yeah, that's right.
6-4 Dean Pete now. So, hey, turn that alarm off. We're no longer an upset alert.
I've already turned it off.
You switched it off, but you still have your cowbell handy.
I don't have it handy. That's the problem. That's the main problem.
That's what's eating you right now.
Yeah, that's getting me. Yeah, Dean P. Here we go.
Here's another name that I would like some help with.
Okay.
It is from the Citadel.
All right.
I'm just pulling it up so I can make sure I'm reading it right. Gylon Sims?
I think it's Guylan.
Gylon.
Yeah.
Gylon Sims from the Citadel. He's losing 4-1 to Fast Eddie Van Treska of Virginia Tech by way of New Jersey.
Yep. Hey, by the way, we got Jet Strickenberger on the mat.
Ooh.
This guy's been known to unload the clip.
The clip unloader. In West Virginia wearing the Digi Camos. Shout out to the Fightin' Brackies.
By the way, this is a good time for me to bring it up. I'm from Colorado.
Yeah? I thought you were from Wyoming.
I'm not. And we have not a lot of qualifiers at NCAAs.
Sure.
From Colorado. But the seeds, the average seed is pretty good.
Yeah. Let's look up how many you got here. I can do that. I got that power.
I think we have 8 or 9 Coloradans. Jet Strickenberger, one of them.
You had 8, according to my research.
Okay, what's our lowest seed?
The lowest seed is for Oklahoma, Moshe Schwartz.
And what's he seeded? 14th?
19th.
19th. Okay.
He's very dangerous, though. He's ranked 14th.
What's our average seed there? You could do that easily with your spreadsheet.
Yeah, I could do equal, average, parenthesis, open paren, move up there, close paren, 16.
That's our average? Okay.
We have a 19, a 10. Well, maybe that's averaging. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I got to do this.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
Hey. Give me a second here. And now I make the average.
Man, this is interesting. Caleb Smith and Nick Babin appear to be heading for overtime. No score. Both guys complete rideouts.
Zilch versus Zilch.
So
2-minute rideouts.
I mean, look, get your upset alert ready.
Nick Babin for Pitt. He's one of the guys that made the best to never AA, and he's in his last year of NCAA eligibility.
This would help him.
This is a huge correction on the Colorado average seed from their home state of Colorado, 8.5.
See, 8.5. That's pretty freaking good.
Yeah. You also have several in the top 5. Strickenberger is that's not top 5, but top 10. You have Strickenberger 6, Dom Serrano at 5, Von Bauer at 6, Alirez is 8, which is
he's like our best
champ.
guy. Yeah.
B. Cans, Brandon Cannon at 5, Isaiah Salazar's Endless Salad Bars at 10, and Colton Schultz is at 9.
I'm proud. I am proud to be from Colorado in this moment. But right now I'm locked in on this Babin Smith thing. And I mean, Nick
Babin's on a single leg.
Yep. You know. Dude, he's got to be careful.
Oh,
that looks painful.
Look at the ref shaking it. Oh, he almost did the, what do you call that one?
The sprinkler?
Well, the sprinkler's like this.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know what it's called. It was big in the 90s, but you grab your shin.
Dude, Babin's back in, though. We don't have time to think about
it's a Vanilla Ice move,
80s dance moves.
Late 80s at the early, kicking it.
Dude, this is nuts. My gosh. This would be a good time to have an alarm.
Yeah.
But
then what else is going on?
Nothing happening here.
What is the chat doing?
Yeah, chat. What are you guys thinking? What's popping?
Ooh, somebody asked, who's your metal playlist to go along with watching the NCAAs? That's too complicated. All right, they're still on their feet. Too long to get into, but I'll tell you what, I listened to a classic that I used to listen to during wrestling season back in the 90s, late 90s. Incubus, and the album is Science. That thing goes hard. Incubus kind of became a different band as they matured, but that album is a new metal classic.
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb Smith this time attacking after a couple of Babin attacks in overtime.
You always wonder at 125, with no knowledge whatsoever, but how much is that scale?
Yeah.
A factor here. It could be not at all. Credit all to whoever. Babin trying to cook. Now, Caleb.
That might have been that cost him the match there. Caleb Smith gets it done in OT with 4 seconds left. Holy cow.
What an insane ending. Oh, Nick Babin, that is going to replay in his mind through the rest of his life, that last 10 seconds of that overtime.
Yeah.
That's tough. You feel for
him.
Where can we watch for free? I don't know, man. You
can't watch for free.
Go to a friend's house that has ESPN or ESPN Plus. Everything's behind a paywall. That's life for entertainment. You can't go to the movies for free.
Yeah.
I mean, you could back in the day, you just sneak in or whatever, but. All right, 125-pounders to watch for, says ESPN. Well, the top 5 seeds, I would say, are good guys to watch. Luke Lilladol, Matt Ramos, Eddie Van Treska. They leave out the 4 seed, who is
I just dropped a note in the chat.
Vincent Robinson. I would watch out for Vincent Robinson too, ESPN, and then Richard Figueroa, and returning champ. Sure.
I just dropped a note in the chat. They wanted to know how they could watch for free.
Unless you're buried, yeah. Or someone could buy you a ticket.
Yeah, somebody said, "How can you watch for free?" Listen, you cannot watch for free unless you're a pirate and you're internet pirate, and then you're paying with your integrity.
Yeah. Do you care about your reputation as not being a thief?
Yeah. So.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I ripped a lot of music illegally back in the day.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Rusty Gray is right. You can get the brackets for free, though. We'll give you those.
Baby, they're right here.
They're right here. Come on, check in.
Come on, babe. They're right here.
Lock in. Still no scores, Strickenberger and Doherty. By the way, Doherty, keep an eye on this guy. He beat Richie Figueroa.
North Dakota State.
Crazy, right?
He does not have a distinguished record otherwise. No offense, Doherty. He's also in the last year of eligibility.
Steve-O Poulin up 8-1 over Tanner Jordan, which, that's notable. Tanner Jordan, an All-American last year.
TJ.
Curious about his draw, his placement in the bracket, and how he's going to do. South Dakota State has some opportunity, I think, to with their seeds to replicate the performance. They had 4 All-Americans last year.
Who's that?
Tanner Jordan.
South Dakota State. Yeah.
Tanner Jordan. They had
Bennett Bergs.
Berge. They had DeVos, and they had Sloan, right?
Yeah.
So
Sloan was a finalist, right?
4 All-Americans. I hope that wasn't 2 years ago.
Let's look it up here.
Let's confirm.
You chat. I will.
Nicola Rivera, Trevor Anderson. That was one of my upset alert watches there in the first period. Rivera. Sorry, they're in the third period. It says they're in the first, but they're not. They're in the third. Trevor Anderson had a complete period right out in the second. So.
They had Tan Cook last year. He was a wild man. Sloan was 5th. He just wasn't a finalist last year.
It.
So, we had Sloan, Berge, DeVos, and Tanner Jordan. They also had Clay Carlson in the lineup. He was an All-American before that. Mm-hmm. 2-time All-American. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. It definitely, the renaissance started with Chris Bono and Seth Gross coming to South Dakota State. And what Damian Hanna's been doing in Brookings, South Dakota, you know a little bit about South Dakota.
I do, yeah. My wife's from South Dakota. Other side of the state, though. She's West River.
Yeah.
Which, if you're from South Dakota, you understand the West River, East River distinction.
You probably have been to a bike rally nearby.
I have experienced the Sturgis Rally, not on bike, not on hog. So
not on.
That's
you were off hog.
I was off hog, but that's the difference. So I probably haven't really experienced it.
No, I mean your hog status was not.
You got to be on hog if you're going to really experience it. By the way, Vincent Robinson up 8-1 over Joey Cruz.
Yeah, that's a huge first round bout. Joey Cruz really started to put things together like towards the end of the season, but Big Tens didn't really distinguish himself, ended up with a 29 seed, and then you get the redshirt freshman phenom, Vince Robb, who we haven't seen a wrist snap from hell from him, but he knows how to hit them.
Oh, by the way, there was a little bit of an upset alert brewing on, I don't know what matter that is, with Jacob Moran and Maximo Renteria. Moran up 3-1 at the end of the first. Renteria was really close to a takedown there at the end, but Moran able to fend it off.
That would have been a pretty much. Yeah. Also, the seeds and the rankings don't always line up, so you got to temper those seeds and those upset alerts. But that still would have been significant in the seeds because, they don't reseed. They don't. It's not like pro sports playoffs. Now we got a 133 on the mat, so break off a new weight class for the 2025 NCAA Championships. I guess everybody's already wrestled because of those pigtails, but break off a new championship round in a new weight class. That is Matt Ramos, the 2023 NCAA finalist, and Richard Castro Sandoval of California State Bakersfield, the Roadrunners, which have a now maybe one of the most famous celebrations in all of college sports, the sideways splits double bird.
Yeah, it took a while to develop it. Actually, it didn't take long. It was developed very quickly.
It was first win of the season.
Yeah.
For young Mr. AJ Ferrari.
Yeah.
Who did you pick at 97?
AJ Ferrari. How about you?
I picked Stephen Buchanan.
Okay.
So we have ourselves a little challenge, but we got to wait for a while to resolve that
Stephen
one.
Buchanan.
Pat Buchanan.
We're gonna have to. We'll resolve part of that on Friday night, tomorrow night.
Yeah.
That'll be a potential semifinal.
Yeah. So did Dean Peterson win? That's what I was doing. I was updating the brackies.
Yeah, check that out.
You want to pull up what we got at 125 so far?
Should we just wait till 125 is complete?
Until
you
it's
think?
done.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll pull up the brackets here once 125 gets
You're
done.
a completist.
Or maybe once the top half is done, we'll pull it up.
Yeah, we got West in, we got Milani. So if you pick, I mean, I don't know how many people are picking are in pools where it matters if you get the pigtail, but Marcelo Milani of Cornell, he was a late addition to that roster. They were trying to get Greg Giacomo-Hollis back in there, and it didn't happen. Blake West beat Max Gallagher.
And that was a war.
That was a 6-5 war. You had Caleb Smith in that crazy upset potential.
6-5, real race for the points there.
Yeah. Sudden victory in the last 4 seconds for Caleb Smith over Nick Babin, avoids the upset. Sheldon Seymour, the favorite, over Charlie Farmer. Richie Figs took care of business over Coda Holman. That ended up being just a regular decision. 12-7 was the final. Dean Pete also avoided the upset over Antonio with a win over Antonio Lorenzo, 6-5, another 6-5. And then do we have M.A. McGowan? All right, you win. I did not. We didn't officially challenge that. We'll start breaking those out soon. It's a little. The action's coming pretty fast and furious. So unfortunately, Brandon McCrone and the Ohio State Buckeyes don't get that one, but good for Princeton getting that win there. Coach Dubuque. His first season there for the Tigers. Joey Cruz and Vincent Robinson still playing out, but it's 11-1, so you can pencil in V-Rob there.
Yeah, you can for sure.
We got more and more 133s every day are taking the mat. I think, Fast Eddie Van Treska.
Vincent Robinson really pouring it on, by the way, over here. He's up 11-1 over Joey Cruz. And speaking of Joey Cruz, I'm just thinking about this team race. Oklahoma State, I think a lot of eyes will be on them. They fell to Iowa in the dual meet. The question, can they pass Iowa for second, will be important. Or can some other juggernaut teams like Minnesota, Nebraska, Ohio State pass them and knock them out of trophy contention? Oklahoma State going to be really interesting, and bring that up because the Joey Cruz Iowa situation, like that's if you're an Oklahoma State fan, you're probably directly cheering against Penn State, Oklahoma State, or Oklahoma State. You're cheering against Penn State, Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, those top teams.
That is the best part about seeing NCAA's live, which I recommend, but I get it costs a lot, especially if you're not from like the nearby town or city. I mean,
yeah,
is everybody becomes an anti-Penn State fan. Not that you hate Penn State wrestlers, but if you're an Iowa fan, you're cheering against every Penn State loss. If you're an Oklahoma State fan, you're doing that. If you're Penn State, you're probably just cheering your guys at this point because it's not going to be much of a team race in all likelihood.
Yeah.
But just seeing different sections of the crowd explode. Oh, there's a Cornell guy. There's a Missouri guy.
By the way, Maximo Renteria of Oregon State trying to claw his way back into this match. He's the 15 seed, trailing to number 18 seed Jacob Moran 4-2. 45 seconds left there. See if he can pull this off.
My man Braxton Brown just took the mat. Go Terpies. I'm mildly partisan for the Terps. I did go to school there.
As long as you disclose it, I think it's fine, Spade.
Hey, they got a lot of my money for 2 years of education.
True.
So I'm going to, oh, wow, that was a beautiful takedown. Cool move alert by Jacob Moran. Timed a super low-level takedown perfectly, and then he'll eat that stall call and just get a fresh restart with just 28 seconds to go, and now he's got a 5-point lead. That was just his first stall warning, so you take that every time.
Love to see it. And if you're Indiana, build a little momentum here.
Yeah. Hey, Angel Escobedo has done a lot for the Hoosiers. They were kind of just like going along to get along type of thing, like in the Big Ten. Nobody worry about it. We're still a good wrestling team, but you just didn't see that fire. And then you bring in a new young coach. He's a graduate. He made a world team. I think he finished 5th. And those lightweights, they wrestle tough. The whole team up and down. And he's done a lot to bring a lot more excitement to that program.
Yeah, absolutely. Renteria up and out, but he needs more than a takedown at this point. Oh my gosh, he just got a takedown. It's 7-6. He's going to cut him loose. Now 8-6. And they didn't give the escape there. Wait, what is going on? Oh, the clock was out. Yeah, that's the thing that some people have complained about is the clock on the
Not quite matching.
on the screen not matching. It looked like there were still 16 seconds left.
Yeah,
based on the stream.
When you got 8 mats and stuff, it's like, this computer controls this computer does this. They need to talk. They need to do video review.
I mean, ultimately, like you want to get it right, but yeah, it is hard.
Yeah, Landon B, can you please split screen so we can watch? We cannot. We would go to jail. Do you want us in jail, Landon B?
Wow, Landon B literally wants to see the police come in here, escort both of us out in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And then the stream is just this blank, beautiful background. Nope, nobody talking about it.
Probably get deported while we're at it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know where. Where would you get deported to?
Doesn't matter. A black box site in El Salvador, probably.
Okay.
Scott Ross asks, as a Terp alum, how do I feel about Mr. Super Heckler Robin Ficker? I have a story about Robin Ficker. It's kind of long though. So, Zeph Romney coming out. When he's on your side, hecklers can be fun. When they're not on your side, they're not nearly as fun. I think he probably took it a little bit too far in a lot of cases. But Robin Ficker's fine. Everybody has a lot of fun. Do we? We should probably take a quick commercial break. We gotta help pay for this beautiful set that we're in. So we'll be right back after a quick word. Welcome back to the watch party. Appreciate you guys being here. We are in Austin, Texas at the Purple Bee. I'm Andrew Spey. This is David Bray. I just hit the mic with my hand. Sorry about that. And we are still in the first round. 133 pounds are out there. You can watch on ESPNU or ESPN Plus. ESPNU is a cable channel. ESPN Plus is a streaming service. And you can hang out with us, ask questions on YouTube. We're monitoring that chat. Call out some challenges. Challenge us to some questions about who's going to win a match.
Yep.
And we'll see who's up for the challenge of getting it right.
Now, Spey, you mentioned in the break that no upsets at 125 so far.
So far, it's all chalk, including the Pigtail match.
Yeah.
And I think there's only 1 or 2 25ers still on the mat.
The most likely upsets are the Pigtail or the 16-17. Both those were to chalk.
Both those went to the higher seeded wrestler or the lower number.
Now, I thought we had a potential upset brewing here seed-wise at 133. Jacob Van D was leading over Miller.
Ryan Miller of UPenn.
Ryan Miller has regained the lead here, but Van D pushing for the takedown. So we'll see what happens. Van D looking for a little short drag. Pretty nuts.
Nasir Bailey out there. Yeah, it's all 133s. So as soon as the bracket is done.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Upset alert at 133. Map 4. Kurt Phipps.
Ooh, Kurt Phipps, EIWA champion. This is his last year. He's been to, I think, He's qualified, I think, for 5 NCAA tournaments.
He got the takedown against Braden Davis. Braden Davis with the reversal. So now 3-2. Davis on top. 30 seconds left in the first. So Penn State fans, this is going to be the first opportunity you have to see a wrestler on the mat. Luke Lillidahl has to wait for recovery time for the wrestlers from the Pigtail, and so it's Braden Davis who currently trails.
Always
here,
forget about
3-2.
those lag Pigtail matches in those early weights.
Yeah, they take a
Recovery
little time. Take a little time, and we've got a couple screens up. Peek behind the curtain here. It looks like they've got the Braden Davis match up on the big screen, and
but everybody else is in, so everybody but the Luke Lillidahl match. And then no ups. Oh no, an upset. Jacob Moran over I don't practice Renteria.
That's right. That's right.
So, and I got wrong. So I've gotten, have you know how many you got right in the first round of 125?
I haven't checked, but I will. I will soon.
You have to, you're on your digital. I'm analog.
Yep. So so I got Anderson wrong. Hold on. I'm going to find the strike through shortcut here real quick.
I can tell you how many I got wrong. I picked Gallagher. It was West. I picked McCrone. It was McGowan. I also picked Anderson. It was Rivera. And I picked Renteria and Jacob Moran so far. The only upset, a mild upset.
Okay.
The mild West. 4-2, Phipps over Davis in the second. We got Connor McGonigal. Comes to Virginia Tech by way of Lehigh. Tyler Knox, that's an interesting guy. He had a great CKLV and then injuries and whatnot. He's losing 3-2 to Borman. I don't know what the riding time is. And I think they're going to go to OT because Borman, neither guy looked real, it's 3-3. So the clocks are a little bit different than what's going on.
Spay, I got 3 matches wrong in the first round.
Okay, you're leading me right now in this grand battle of who got the most.
How many did you get wrong?
I got 4.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Here am I incorrect? I'm just gonna call it out. I picked Gallagher over West. That was wrong.
Yep.
I picked Anderson over Rivera. That was wrong.
And we both got those 2 wrong.
And I picked Renteria over Moran. That was wrong.
Okay, so we had all the same picks, except I also got McCrone wrong.
Okay.
So now we got Knox getting the win over Blake Borman. Tyler Knox avoids the upset alert.
I'm keeping my eyes on this Phipps match. Phipps and Davis.
Yeah, that's huge because Davis he was the 1 seed last year at 125. When did he go down?
He was, and he finished, I think, was he
12th,
third at Big Tens this year?
Oh, this year.
I think he was 3rd at Big Tens.
Last year, Davis, he lost to Figueroa in the quarterfinals, so no shame there.
Yeah.
And then Jory Volk got him in sudden victory in the wrestlebacks in the blood round.
Rini looking to get it done over Oakley here, which, Oakley, he's a transfer for the Tar Heels. And Indiana trying to get a couple wins.
We were just singing the praises of Angel Escobedo, and there you go. Another lightweight. Ended up being 7-1. So Oakley's going to have to do some damage in the Conci rounds.
Tell you what, when you watch Braden Davis wrestle,
oh, now he's up.
There is almost always like a wrestling position happening. This is not a guy where there's.
He wants to get in wrestling positions and let the ref sort it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Phipps a very tall 133-pounder.
Yeah, he really is.
The Bucknell Bison, they had a pretty good EIWAs. There was, there are some teams that are still struggling in the EIWA to try to put, guys into the tournament.
Yeah.
But if I could this year, I'd like to also give them a compliment and say all competitive matches. There was no team. Thank you. There was no team where you're like, this is not a D1 team. Everybody had guys that were fighting. They were in every match. They were putting points on the board. They just, didn't get the victories to go to NCAAs. And that's not always the case. I'm not going to call anybody out. And Bucknell was a team that, they were fighting for, it was basically Lehigh and then a fight for second place, and they were in it.
Yeah. By the way, Chris St. Denny wants to know, when we're talking upsets, are we using the FloWrestling rankings or seeds? Yeah, we're just talking about seeds.
Yeah, right now, I mean, I would recommend double checking with John Kozak and JD Rader, mixing up their names, with their perfect rankings.
Yeah, those are the...
Figure out how to talk in a second.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 5-4, Braden Davis leading.
Yeah, and he's a strong kid. He's just leaning on Phipps right now. There's a stalemate. Noto. A lot of people wanted to know when Noto was wrestling. Right now, he's got Julian Farber, very tough UNI wrestler. Noto coming up from 125. Has not had the success this year in the regular season that he has in the past, but he also did some ripping in the NCAA tournament a couple years ago. There's a beautiful shot from Davis. Can Phipps lock around the crotch, roll through? No takedown yet. This would be pretty much the match if Davis gets a takedown here.
Yeah,
though.
Davis in really good position here.
Yeah. So
they're going to let him work for a while, and he's got the lead, so that's all.
So the coaches are all saying work from here, I imagine.
They are. Yep. They're probably like, use it.
And now they're going to yell, now finish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Noto just got the takedown over Farber. It looks like the dual screen on ESPNU is a little ahead of the Octabox.
That'll happen sometimes.
Yeah, feeds go through different things, and there's the win. So he got back points as well. So Braden Davis avoids the upset. No surprise. Good for Phipps, making that a fun match.
Yeah, it was good.
He said Oakley. That's another upset. Oakley will have Dom Serrano next. Not Oakley, Angelo Rini. Assuming he gets by Colton Camacho. Oh, you know what I noticed down at 125?
What's that?
Joey Cruz for Iowa is going to have Brandon McCrone.
Okay. They've split this year.
Yeah. That's a winnable match for each guy. And two Big Ten teams looking to claw and scrape for as many team points as they can get. Mm-hmm. It's going to matter a lot for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, for better or for worse, how you judge how a team did and how a coach is performing at the end of a year, no matter how many dual meets you won, no matter how well you did at the CKLV or Midlands, they're going to look at the final team standings at the NCAA tournament, and they're going to say, oh, we were top 10, or oh, we were top 20. And whether that meets expectations or not, and whether that's fair or not, it all depends on those NCAA results.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I was listening to the coaches' press conference yesterday from the NCAA Championships, and one of the coaches that coaches nearby, Scott Goodale from Rutgers, they were asking him, like, how important is the NCAA Championships? How do you feel about it? And, he was both, like, owning the fact that their entire season will, be judged on that, but also saying, hey, but by the way, we also won a bunch of great dual meets. We had great attendance. Like we've really done a lot of things well already, but also we know like it really comes down to this. And so
it's a classic, which is correct, and credit to Goody because he tells it straight and he's got the right attitude in my mind. But you want to be both, Do you want to be a good student and a good athlete? In college, you want to be both.
You want to be both.
And if you're a college wrestling coach, do you want to win all your dual meets and have big attendance?
By the way, Nasir Bailey and
8-8
Derek Cardinal, 8-8.
He was up like it was at least 8-4.
We've been sleeping on this match over here. Is this going to OT? It's hard to tell with the scoreboard, but it appears like it might be. Okay, here we go. They're pulling it up. They're pulling it up on the ESPNU feed. Although
it's dashboard going. Oh, dashboard is way behind Nasir.
Now
Bailey.
It says Nasir's up 9-8. It's highly confusing here.
We're going back and forth. You want to pull up the 125 bracket? Maybe just do a quick rundown there.
Yeah, I'll pull that up. Even though we're still waiting on Luke Little's
Lightning
match.
Luke. I got Lightning Luke by bonus points over Marcelo Milani. No offense, Marcelo.
None taken.
There it is. Oh, Nasir got the win, 9-8. I guess they were trying to figure out riding time or something. And there's our picture-in-picture.
That's what we got here, 125.
Yeah.
Let me zoom in for you guys a little bit. Here's the top half of the bracket. Still waiting on this Luke Lillidahl match.
Well, that didn't update. Hit the refresh, maybe.
It did not update.
Now it's just the bracket.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just refresh this real quick.
Meanwhile, we got Noto up 7-3. We got, let's go to the dashboard.
There we go.
McGonagall's up by a point. Drake Ayala on the mat. I know a lot of Hawkeye fans want to know what he can do. Dylan Shaver, we just talked about Rutgers.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
there's the results.
here's what we're looking at for the round of 16 coming up. Either Luke Lillidahl or Marcelo Milani. You're going to pick Lillidahl in that situation.
You're gonna pick that for sure.
Blake West, Caleb Smith, man, narrowly avoided disaster there. Sheldon Seymour, the 8th seed with a 7-0 win. Richie Figueroa, convincing 12-7 win. Dean Peterson came back. He was trailing. He came back with a 6-5 win. Mark Anthony McGowan, 4-3 victory, and then Vincent Robinson 12-1. McGowan over McCrone, that is you gotta avoid danger there because McCrone he can cause some problems for you.
Yes.
All right, so bottom half of the bracket, Eddie Ventresca, Spencer Moore. Wow, that's a big one. Spencer Moore 2-0 over Cooper Flynn. Good victory there.
Yeah, that was a good one of those that they circle for a quality early round match, first round.
Yep. Nicola Rivera, he won. He's going to face Jet Strickenberger, who won 7-2. Sproutley with the tech. Very, very dominant, convincing win there.
Those team points are going to matter.
They will. Steve O'Poulin, he won at 9-5 over Tanner Jordan. And then Jacob Moran with the, one of the few upsets early in this tournament.
Very few, 7-6.
Matt Ramos with the major. So that's what we're dealing with here at 125.
We got a bout here with Noto and Farber. It is
a good one.
trying to get the latest score.
Farber 9-8? Is that what we're looking at?
Trying to get the ride out in the third. I would assume Noto's not going to have riding time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Well, they just said, Anthony, those graphics, sorry, that's obviously not correct. If you're watching the ESPN U feed, they have a graphic that says, Anthony Noto advances to round of 16. You're going to see Julian Farber's hand get raised right there.
Man, that's a big upset. A lot of people were excited for a potential Noto versus Drake Ayala match in round 2.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that finished second and third at 125 pounds last year.
So, no to Noto. And guess who called that?
You picked that, huh?
I had Farber.
Wow.
Farber in the mild upset.
Big brain spay.
That's what they call me.
Yeah, this is good stuff. I wonder, should we think about taking a break pretty soon?
We can do that as we're still loading up some 133s.
Yeah, we got some 133s coming up. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back in a couple minutes. back, and guess what? A little longer break than we expected because Mark Bader.
Where'd you come from?
On the set.
Here we go.
Mark Bader, welcome to the Purple Bee.
Thanks, guys. Glad to be here. This place is awesome.
It's pretty dope,
Pretty
right?
sweet. Yeah.
You like the set deco?
Love the set decorations. The
Very
sauna
cool.
hat, singlets.
Bader-
Hey!
You got Mizzou here.
Tiger style, baby.
Right by you. Hey, so what? You were on a shoot?
Yep.
Everything good?
Everything's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Went up to visit Izzy style, visited Action Wrestling,
Yeah.
a couple P&L schools. Got to dig into those programs a little bit.
P&L is a
Nice.
high school league that a lot of high-level clubs are putting together, correct?
Yep, 8 teams originally got together. Izzy, Askren, Pinnacle out of Minnesota,
The mic a little closer to your mouth.
M2. I think they're still involved, but that's I don't know exactly how it's going.
Yeah, Mark McKnight doing a lot of the club stuff there.
Strip Matter.
Yep.
They had down in Arizona at Valiant. What's that? I guess it's Valiant.
Yeah.
It's not-
Thoroughbred.
Thoroughbred Valiant.
Yeah.
MWC, Zach Dominguez out of
Nebraska.
Omaha.
Yep.
And sorry if I'm missing somebody. But they came together over Corona and was like, hey, let's figure out a way to do events.
Yeah.
And just kind of kept that energy, and they built the league with these 8 of the best clubs in the country, and it's spawned into like 31, 32 teams now, and it's pretty cool. They have tournaments, and they'll get together like the day before or after the tournament, have clinics, and the conduct is a big thing. Not allowed to berate. Oh, DC's got a club in
Gilroy.
Gilroy
Yeah.
guys.
like coaches will get fined if they get out of line with refs.
But I heard that's only happened one time.
And that's what made me think of that last name I just said.
Oh,
Cormier.
yeah. I think you mentioned that on
Cormier
FRL.
talked about it on FRL.
Yeah, okay, I'm not
it's
throwing
in
him under the bus.
it's in the public record at this point.
Yeah.
They find me. Well, that sounds awesome, Bader. I can't wait to see what you and the rest of
Yeah.
P&L guys cook up there. That's some great minds of wrestling, and we got some great wrestling on the mat right now.
Seriously.
We got 8 mats going.
I
I
got
know
like
that
12 in
held
front of us.
they held a couple mats over here in commercial break. We're not coordinating all that. We're kind of witnessing everything along with you guys, and maybe the tiles on the event hub are not on Track Wrestling. But if you go to the brackets, they're all updating as soon as matches are done, so you can see all the results. 133 is almost all in the books, and if you know your way around Track Wrestling and you go to the little results button and you hit text results and then you go filter by round 1, boom, all weights show up here. So at 133, the big upset, well, I don't know if it was a big upset, but Julian Farber over Anthony Noto, 2-time All-American Anthony Noto, who was 3rd last year at 125, went down early. That was a 9-8 decision to UNI's Farber.
One of the most interesting results at 133, and probably one of the matches that people had their eye on, was Nick Bouzakis, Kai Orini.
What happened?
Nick Bouzakis pinned him.
How? It was right when I was walking in. I heard you say it, but I was getting
Took him
situated. so I
down,
didn't-
cradled him up, pinned him.
Near side? No, far side.
I think it was near side cradle.
Yeah.
He was getting off like the pin when we looked at, because we were adjusting things here. That was a match where, I mean, Orini's of the two, Orini's like the 26th seed, but he's the 2-time All-American. Bouzakis has yet to do it. So big time result there for the Buckeyes.
Oh, and Braden Davis. I don't know if you were going to mention him. That was a very hard-fought win over EIWA champ Kurt Phipps of Bucknell.
Yeah, he was trailing at points in the match. So yeah, great stuff.
We got 2 NCAA champs on the mat right now. On mat 3, it's Andrew Alirez, who's the 8th seed.
Crazy.
He didn't win Big 12s, but you'd be foolish to count him out. And then down on mat 4, Jesse Mendez also didn't win Big 10s. But
3rd and 4th at Big Tens.
yeah.
No, excuse me. I'm thinking Bartlett. I got ahead of myself.
Coot.
Oh, yeah, Bartlett.
Alirez doesn't wrestle in the Big Ten.
That's right.
That was a test, Spade, and you failed.
Hey, you're
You're
all
just
right.
gonna agree with whatever I say. Give me all your money.
Bader, you can have anything you want from me. You can have this yerba mate can as soon as I'm finished.
Yeah, all your spit on it.
By the way,
Thanks.
Coot Riley in the chat wants to know any Penn State results. Well,
You just mentioned Davis.
no results at 125 because Luke Lillidahl has to let the Pigtail
Pigtail.
winner rest a little bit.
What is it, 30 minutes?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll call it 30, 40 minutes.
What? Yeah, we'll see. And then Braden Davis got the dub. So yeah, that's it. Just the one win.
Yeah.
Penn State 1-0, undefeated on the day.
Penn State perfect so far.
Yeah.
Josh Edmond, one of your Missouri guys. This is could be an upset special. CJ Composto, he's from North Jersey, but wrestling in his home city as far as college-wise. Composto from UPenn, and now Edmonds up 5-4 in the second. That is it. Edmonds the 23 seed, Composto the 10 seed. Been A lot of match to go.
Composto, the All-American 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
I think it was 2 years ago. He
Yeah.
took 8th.
Yeah.
Coder Hunt, EIWA champ. I was very high on Coder Hunt's chances. He's the 4 seed, which is potentially a little high for that weight class, but he doesn't have many blemishes on his resume. He's 1-1 right now with Jaden Scott of UNC, very tough wrestler. They're in overtime right now.
Yeah.
You seen many overtimes today?
Couple.
We've seen a
Couple
few.
already?
Caleb Smith was in overtime, had to get it done. Yeah, we've already seen a few of those. So
Yeah, Kurt Phipps was. No, Kurt Phipps was Braden Davis.
Okay, Coder Hunt and Scott. You think the attacker or the defender is gonna score?
Oh, is it a re-attack or is it going to be the initial
Yeah,
attacker?
yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
yeah, I think it's going to
Counter.
be. I kind of think it's going to be the
Could be top bottom.
I bet if
My-
it's the
my
attacker, it's Coder Hunt. If
That's-
it's the re-attacker, it's going to be Scott, is my guess.
Yeah, yeah. I just kind of think Coder Hunt's going to figure it out, and that's going to be either he'll have to scramble his way to it defensively. I don't think he's going to get on a clean re-attack. If he gets deep on a shot, I think he'll finish.
This would be, I assume, if Scott wins, this would be the biggest upset so far.
So far, it would. Mm-hmm. Scott was over under body lock there for a minute, and you kind of love to see that. Oh my gosh!
He's going to get it right there. And I like how Kerry Colat, his coach, said you'll see guys, they'll get better as they go on if they got that
saw that.
championship mentality. I thought it was great. I mean, Kerry Colat's awesome.
Yeah.
He just says so many awesome things. It was cool to get that on video. So maybe Coder Hunt, this was just a warm-up.
Edmund. Clean double leg.
He overshot.
Dude, Composto tough here. Wow.
Great defense,
My
Composto.
gosh.
We also got Saunders 4-up over Todd Carter of Gardner Webb. Carter, the 10 seed. He's got a great record for the running Bulldogs of Coach Elliott. Saunders, though, a late addition, a long career. This is his first time starting in the postseason. He's trying to get himself some NCAA postseason wins.
Yeah, he's looking for that upset.
Jameson.
There's a fall for you and I. Happel. Looking good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now it looks like they may have to hold some mats again. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're figuring it out. No, I think they're good. I think they just put that slate up.
They
in
just take some
between.
time. Yeah, that's a ESPN thing.
They put the slate up to remind you that this is the NCAA championships.
Yeah, by the way, guys, can I tell you something? NCAAs.
Bader, what was the first NCAA tournament you went to in person in real life?
In real life, not virtual.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks for making that distinction.
Yep.
It was 2000. 2000 and wait. Yeah, it would have been my sophomore year. I didn't go my freshman year. Sophomore year, 2000 in St. Louis. And then I went to every single one until I had a baby in 2017. And then I've been missed one or two since then, including
Baby
this.
excuse.
I know.
Man, that's awesome. What's the loudest you heard it get?
The loudest
Yeah, do you remember?
ever at the NCAAs?
Yeah.
I mean, Kale winning was pretty crazy. And no, maybe right before that when Rob Rome pinned Josh Lambrick. It's down by 12 or something like that in the finals. That was
You would know. You did a documentary on it.
yeah, but that you can't actually get put back in the arena. But yes, that jumps off the page at me. That was and one of the most memorable moments ever. And of course, Gilman getting pinned. It was super loud back in, what was that, 2013, 15, something like that?
Yeah. I think for me the loudest the first time I went was the loudest I heard, and that was 2010. And it was
Hold
the
on. 2010.
what do you think I'm gonna say here?
I was trying to think back to 2010. I'm not going to remember. So go ahead.
Jason Ness, Dan Dennis.
Oh, man. 8
Real.
seconds, 6 seconds?
Yeah. Takedown to his back. I mean, Ness looked like he was not going to continue the match for a minute, and then got it done.
Crazy thing is, Dennis was near the edge, and he turns around, he circles back to the center.
Yeah.
Probably to try to eat a couple more seconds, and
Yeah.
that was the death of him.
And honestly, the really crazy thing is Dan Dennis could have just spiraled out of control after that. He freaking comes back, makes the Olympics.
But he did spiral out
He
of
did
control.
spiral
He did spiral out of control.
You also
There's
did a
a-
documentary
yes.
on that.
Yeah.
Wild
There's a-
Man, Dan Dennis.
He had some.
I mean, he could have spiraled out of control like
Forever.
permanently.
It was like leading that way.
Yeah.
Until he left California, came back to Iowa City, I think, and
Sometimes you have to do a quick little spiral and then get back to business.
It was not that spiral. He took his time with it.
yeah.
But dude, I mean, good for him.
Hey, we got
now he's the RTC coach at Iowa. Like, yeah.
It's crazy. Bo Bartlett with a oh my gosh, no takedown yet. Close to a takedown on
Jordan
Titus. Man.
Brock Hardy was 1 point up, but Nash Singleton had riding time, but then Hardy pulled away. It's 8-3 right now.
We got another overtime match. Composto and Edmond.
Henson Teague Travis. Caleb Henson Teague Travis is interesting at 149. Apparently they're rolling with the Pigtail winner there at 149. No problem there. But I don't know if we've seen the Pigtails at the other weights yet. Teague Travis got that.
All those Pigtails start at the same time.
They-
8 of them
yes.
start at the exact same time.
They
So
do.
that wherever
Yep.
they end could be.
Yep.
It's the one, so everybody's like, why do they have the pigtails? It seems like a waste. And, it's when they formalized what the NCAA tournament was going to be, blah, blah, blah. The average number of guys per tournament, or it different matter. The only time it's a big pain is how it messes up the flow of the tournament here
At
in the
the
first
beginning.
round. Yeah. Other
Yeah.
than that, it's like, okay, 10 more guys make the tournament.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah.
I wonder what and I don't know this. I don't know that you guys do. What's the best at 33rd seeds? Has a 33rd seed gone on to All-American?
Yeah,
make the finals.
Wyatt
or
Sheets.
Wyatt Sheets was an All-American.
He was
He was
33
seventh or something like that?
and then he finished 8th.
8th.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought you were asking who's the best now. Maybe it's Nash Singleton.
I think
that's gonna be a takedown, that, right?
I think it's I think Caposto
slipped-
just got that takedown.
Now the crazy
No, the
thing
best-
is, there's like not enough room on the edge. I guess it doesn't matter in that
Yeah.
situation, but
You got to just roll with it
he
when you're
kind of
trying
ran
to fit
into the table.
8
Yeah.
mats. Yeah, it's not like there's the rule book technically says you need this much space or whatever, but you need room for the scorer's table, you need room for 8 mats, and different arenas only have so much space on the floor.
Eluded Ethan Styles coming up, by the way. And you asked who's the best 33rd seed. I mean, I think it's probably Teague Travis.
Yeah, was he 33 or 32?
33.
He's wrestling Henson right now.
Yep. Man, Edmond sold out for that. Composto with the reattack. That was nice on the edge.
Yeah, definitely a takedown in bounds.
Yep. Yep.
But he's also definitely up against the table.
Yeah.
I wonder how far Composto is from his house right now.
What part of Jersey?
Composto's from Westfield, which is North Jersey, Union County, and they're south there, right next to Philly.
Yeah, but his UPenn house.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Not the house he grew up in, but where does he live? Yeah, they're all sleeping in their own beds, I'm sure.
Yeah. Ridge Lovett.
That'd be nice.
You know what I appreciate about Ridge Lovett? I noticed at the Big Tens, you saw him there warming up with the gold chain on. He, between the end of his Big 12 title, Big 10 title, and his post-match interview, he had the chain on. So he keeps that thing close.
Yeah.
Yeah, never far from sight.
I did a podcast with him a month or two ago and
He had the chain on.
had the chain on.
Yeah.
Chain gang.
That's his thing.
Love it.
So Lucas Bird has not wrestled yet, but most of the other 133s, I think all of them are in the books. McGonigal got the dub for Virginia Tech over Ethan Bergen of Army. Bouzakis got that pin, as you mentioned. So if you get pinpoints, that's good. Was it an upset or, yeah, Shawver. So Sean Speidel, upset alert, sound the alarm.
Ding, 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 ding.
Rutgers-
I brought
You got your air horn?
I think I have a cowbell in my car.
I have a cowbell too. Spay hates
I
them.
hate cowbells. I'm not from cowbell country.
Should I go get it?
We got to go get them.
I
Yeah.
get doubled up
I'll
here.
get next
We'll get them
break.
on the next commercial break.
It's
yeah.
like I think it's in my.
Is
I
that
have
a little red one?
Little red one
From the
Flow
Flo-
Sports thing.
yeah,
I
yeah.
forget where I got
This
it.
is not a
We
football
got it.
game in Missouri.
No,
you don't
this is
need
a fun
cowbells.
sporting event, a lively, fulfilled,
Lively.
like, let's have a good time.
Yeah,
Yes.
with air horns or something.
What's the difference? I don't understand. I don't understand.
You're okay with an air horn, but not a cowbell?
Correct. That's an easy call.
All the noisemakers are meant to be annoying.
Not that annoying.
Have you ever been to Iranian? You've ever heard?
I would rather have a vuvuzela than a cowbell. That's another easy call.
What do you
Anyway,
mean that's an easy?
All right. The point is, upset alert. Sean Speidel of Central Michigan, the 23 seed over Dylan Shawver, who's an All-American. He
That's
was a
huge.
Big Ten champ.
That's
Shawver,
crazy.
the 10 seed. So Rutgers avoided the upset with Dean Peterson at 125. Couldn't avoid the upset at 133. And Drake Ayala, he also cruised a tech fall victory over Cade Moore.
By the way, Moshe Schwartz of Oklahoma working on an upset over Sergio Lemley right now. He's up 2-0. Also, Ethan Styles in on a shot, tied 0-0. He's the 12 seed. That would not be an upset.
Yeah, we can try to bring up the tiles. I believe they're updating now. Yeah, they're all up to date. And in the meantime, yeah, you can go to that on Track Wrestling, and then the Octabox is what we recommend on ESPNU. You can't watch wrestling live on this. We'll say that for the rest of this watch party many times.
One of the
No
matches that I'm kind of locked in on here is Coy Biskins and Dylan D'Amelio. Biskins is a guy that in his high school career flew under the radar and then all of a sudden will just bam have these huge performances. So you got to kind of keep your eyes on him.
Wow, Bartlett just with a 1-point lead here in the third.
That's how he likes to do it. He loves to roll that way.
Man.
He's got to be careful, though. Jordan Titus on top has some tilt stuff that you got to be aware of. You're definitely going to pick Bartlett to get out. But, yeah, that is, that's not where you want to be if you're a Penn State fan.
Yeah, or anybody, right?
So, yeah, Penn State fans lock in Matt 7. It's 3-2.
Yeah, this looks like a reversal imminent kind of here. Well, maybe not. He's kind of got that leg straight across.
Yeah,
Probably
now he's in position to get out of bounds.
Did you guys mention the Dylan Chapel upset?
We didn't mention it. What
mention it?
Over Alabama Sam Latona of Virginia Tech, a two-time All-American. Dylan Chapel, another EIWA man. He's from the Bucknell Bison. 21 seed over a 12 seed.
Bartlett just going to get the escape there. Would love to see riding time, and if it's a factor. 4-2, the lead for Bo Bartlett over Jordan Titus. Titus with some serious, looks like I can't tell if that's tape or just a leg sleeve.
Looks like both. Or
Yeah, maybe a little bit of each.
Who wants to guess who's in the lead
team
score?
I think
Alabama.
I think the team score, Ohio State.
Ohio State #1 tied with?
Oklahoma State.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, you each get a point.
All right.
How are you going to
Let's keep going.
How are you going to spend your points?
Not all in one place, that's for sure.
Well, if it's
All right.
anything like these kids' places where you got to get 4,000 tickets to get a pen.
That's what I'm worried about.
Just Saunders beat Todd Carter. That's an upset according to the seeds. Carter was the 13 seed, Saunders the 20 from Cornell, Todd Carter from Gardner-Webb. I think a lot of people might have had that more of a toss-up. No shade on Carter. He's been a stalwart for Gardner-Webb. Saunders was a huge recruit coming out of high school.
There's 2 seconds left on the clock. I didn't see Bartlett.
Yeah.
Did he pin him?
No, it just
Didn't
clocks
take that.
are-
clocks
Okay,
are off.
That's fine.
Yeah, Bader, what are you, perfect? Every new
I'm
clock's
not
never
perfect.
wrong
I
ever?
just wanted a clarification. It'd be
No,
a big
it's-
deal if they got pinned.
It's good. No,
not
it's
a
a lot of
perfect
there's a lot of questions
person.
about that. Yeah.
Lemley and Schwartz, are they still going at it?
Lemley and Schwartz are going at
4-2
it.
Lemley.
Lemley's up 4-2 now in the second.
Okay, Michigan man up. We got Dylan Cedeno on the mat for UVA. I don't see him. Cannon Webster taking the mat against Ethan Miller.
I think that's Cal.
Oh, Cal at 149,
That's
Ethan
California
at 157.
Miller.
Yes.
California Miller on the mat.
Composto avoided the upset.
Larry Steele fired up because finally the #1 seed at 125, Luke Lillidahl, coming to the mat.
Luke.
We got another minor upset at 141. Another tough one for the Scarlet Knights. Joey Olivieri, the 15th seed, lost to Julian Tagg, South Dakota State. Jackrabbits got an upset.
Lillidahl not going to get to wrestle till they blind all of the bacteria with the
They're still doing the lights?
with the sterilizer.
Sterilizers.
Sterilizer.
Sterilizers?
Revved up like a deuce. Blinded by the lights.
That's what they say.
All right, before Lillidahl takes the mat, maybe we take a real quick break. We got Bader in the house who's going to stick
Let's
around.
go.
Come back and we'll got more wrestling to talk with you guys on the watch party. Welcome back, everybody, to the NCAA Watch Party. We got Mark Bader in the house.
What's up, everybody?
Thrilled about that. I'm Andrew Spain,
Still on.
David Bray, and a quick shout out to our friends at Cliff Keen for appointing this lovely set here
great.
at the Purple Bee in Volante. We're up here in Austin, Texas. Volante.
It's Valente. It's
Yeah.
it's Austin, you know.
Yeah, Austin, Texas, Hill Country. There
I thought it was Volant.
Yeah, of course you would, Bader.
I thought it was violent.
You were an educator for a while.
I thought it was.
I was.
I thought it was Violent, Texas.
Violet Crown.
We could make it violent.
Yeah.
Hey, a couple Penn Staters on the mat right now. One of them, Lightning Luke Lillidahl.
He's up 6-0.
And then Tyler Kasak. Did he already get off the mat, or is he just coming to the mat now?
Tyler Kasak just got off the mat.
My favorite phrase.
I think he actually is just getting on the mat.
Yeah. We're going to repeat this all weekend, but you have to go to ESPN or one of the ESPN channels on cable to watch live, or you can go on ESPN Plus, and then you can hang out with us as Sergio Lemley. He's going to have near fall. This is going to be either a pinfall or he's going to get the win either way. So
Yeah, Lemley was trailing in that match at one point, ended up with a fall. So
Schwartz is dangerous.
oh man,
He's a funky guy.
so dangerous.
But Lemley gets those team points, which is big for Michigan. They got a who do you guys got at 97? We already talked about this, but you got Ferrari.
I got AJ Ferrari at 197.
Yeah. Bader?
Let's rev that car.
What's that?
Let's rev the car. Rev the engine.
Let's rev the engine. Yeah, I got Stephen Buchanan, but Daniel Cardenas, not Jacob Cardenas. There's two Cardenases. Jacob Cardenas.
Yeah,
is,
Daniel Cardenas, he's in red shirt, and he goes to Stanford.
and he's not from New Jersey.
from
He didn't go to
Colorado.
Bergen
But his name's
Catholic or
Cardenas.
Cornell.
Yep.
But yeah, they share the same last name. My apologies to both Cardenases and their entire Cardenas families. But Jacob Cardenas, #1 seed. And then you got Josh Barr. So we'll see what happens. Ridge on the mat. Ridge Lovett in a Big Ten battle in the first round. Has Sam Cartella of Northwestern. They're in a scramble.
Lillidahl working on towards a tech fall here.
Yeah, he's in good
Minutes to go in
position.
the second.
He's in good position.
Oh, there's Dylan Cedeno. I think that's the last 41-pounder.
Spay, you and I feel the same way. You're a completionist when it comes to the bracket. You like to see.
I want to check all the
You
boxes.
like it to be done. I do too.
I'm working analog, Bader. You got to appreciate that.
Love it.
Men of our age, we like to fill out brackets. We don't like to go online and play little games on our phone.
No, I'm with that. I like to
Pen and paper.
pen and paper. Hold it.
Although games are fun,
Shuffle
too.
through them.
There's the tech for Lightning Luke, by the way.
Already.
You know what? One thing I miss about being at that tournament right now is seeing that is like knowing what it sounds like in the arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. You just, whatever, one of the big crowds, one of those top 5 or 6 schools gets not even a big win, right? Just a win.
Yeah, I was
Crowd
talking earlier about how it's fun
lights
when,
up.
like, when there's a good team race and it's like all the Iowa fans become whoever's wrestling against Penn State. All the Penn State fans become whoever's wrestling against Iowa,
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, whoever's in there, and little pockets will just like burst out, and you'll be like, wait, what mat are they cheering for? What are they pumped about? Okay, they're all wearing red. Are they Cornell or Nebraska?
The first NCAAs I went to, the 2011 one, Iowa had a team like this Penn State team, where it was like
Yes.
Iowa was going to dominate, whatever. And it was basically like half the crowd in Omaha was Iowa. The other half was just like not Iowa. Like
Anybody but.
It was great. It was, very, very fun. Yeah.
Here's a guy, two guys. One guy's wrestling real well, Jordan Williams. Another
about-
guy that's capable.
Was that a hype? That
How
was
about Sam Cartello beating Ridge Lovett right now, 3-2?
3-2 early in the first. That Williams move, that's a wild move alert. He did like a gator bacon
high flyer. Like
with an inside trip, and he's got Malik Hines in serious trouble. There's the pin. Senior Malik Hines for Lehigh. Jordan Williams.
As a Lehigh fan, I'm sorry to report.
I'm a Lehigh fan by association. My dad went there in the
by blood.
by blood.
By
Yeah,
blood.
and I associate with my father still.
And associate with blood.
I'm a blood associator. Williams is a huge recruit. Oklahoma State didn't work out there. Found a home at Little Rock, and that's a great program to.
Dude, and Jordan
to thrive.
Williams really, he owned that. I mean, he not just didn't work out at Oklahoma State. I mean, he was done. He could have been done with wrestling entirely. Made some big time mistakes, and at Pac-12, Jordan Williams owned that. Just really appreciated the second opportunity at Little Rock, and yeah, he's taken full advantage of that now. He looked incredible. He was in one of the brackets at Pac-12s, and if you don't know, Pac-12's four teams. So only 4 guys per
One
weight.
weight, yeah. We talked about it. It's awesome. It's a good way to do it.
But
If you got small.
only a few weight classes had a lot of competition within them. 149 for Jordan Williams. He was the 3 seed because he had lost to both the 1 and 2 seeds. Beat those guys both in convincing fashion. Got it done. And man, he could have just been sitting on his couch at home.
Well, yeah, and I was just thinking that's one of those things. It's a fork in the road.
Yeah.
Not just for his wrestling career, but for his life, right?
Yeah.
Say he makes those mistakes at Oklahoma State, and it's all right. The hell with this, I'm done. And then who knows?
Yeah.
A lot of things, slippery slope. So
Well-
glad to see one that, he stuck around with wrestling too. That he's thriving.
There's another story with some similarities, obviously completely different, but the Chance Marceller started at Oklahoma State, made some mistakes.
I hope he's not dealing with whatever Chance was dealing with.
No.
I know. Similar story.
Yeah, but the Oklahoma State connection made me think of it. And then
Sure.
another great movie. Any chance to plug a good film that Mark Bader was working on?
Yeah, let's do it.
Go watch Chance if you haven't yet. It's one of the most powerful things that
It's
have
the pinned
ever come
video
out
on
of
our FloWrestling YouTube channel. So just
Yeah.
go to FloWrestling YouTube. Boom. It's right
What do you
there.
think it's got? How many views? I bet.
You gonna count those numbies?
Yeah.
But how many lives have it touched?
It's a good question.
Those are
That's more important.
yeah.
Dude, Sam
mean-
Cartella is leading 8-5 over Ridge Lovett right now.
It was
This is-
just 5-4 Ridge, and now it's Cartella back.
Cartella, people talk about Ridge Lovett being, incredibly difficult to deal with on the mat. Sam Cartella, very good tilts. He can put you away. And that's a guy that is very tough. His high school days, he did a lot of training with Dave Habit in
Okay.
Ohio.
Yeah.
And now here he is at Northwestern.
Slovenia.
Got Justin Oliver. Yeah, he's got that
Slovakia?
Slovenian training.
Slovenia.
Yep. He's got Justin Oliver in the corner right now.
Slovenia.
Justin
KSAC
Oliver,
now
great.
finally on the mat.
Yep, just
Number
got
1
on the
seed.
mat. Justin Oliver, prominent redhead in the wrestling community.
Yeah, one of your people.
Only you can say that.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you guys know what they're reviewing between Cartella and Lovett? Looks like they're reviewing something.
I wonder if they're looking at near fall. I was looking at a different mat, and then all of a sudden I saw
Yeah.
the score was 8-5. So
It's hard to pay attention all at once.
Number
Imagine.
1 seed Lucas Bird on the mat. Number 4 seed Paniro Johnson. Interested to see how he's going to do. McNeil for UNC. Trying to make up for, I think Ethan Oakley went down early and Jaden Scott also lost. So Tar Heels trying to get one. Spencer Moore I also believe.
It said illegal kick out.
oh, okay.
I don't know what that means.
What is it? Kick out?
So did he,
Or kick off. What did it say?
Did he just kick him in the head or something?
or did he like flee the mat? I don't know. I don't know.
Ridge got the point, so it must have been something Cartella did.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a mat return. Like you can't leave your feet.
Maybe it said kickback, and that's what that meant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, mat return. Trying to get the back points correct. Graham McLeod in the chat says ginger power. So there you go. You got
Nice, David.
I actually really hate
Strength in numbers.
I hate the term ginger. You look at a ginger root, it looks way more blonde than redhead. You know what?
well.
If we want to go spice, call us cayenne. That's a real spice right there.
It's not as fun.
There's
Cayenne is it's a red, spice. That's the right flavor.
ginger has
Start calling you
entered.
Cayenne.
Thank you.
No, that's not. You're just humouring him now. He's not doing you a favor by saying he's going to do that because it will always be ginger. It's part of the language now.
It's so stupid. It's the worst. But
You're going to go to your deathbed being mad about ginger.
I don't mind the
You know where it comes from?
No, it's no.
Ginger on Gilligan's Island was a redhead.
Oh, is that right? Ridge Lovett with the reversal and looking for near fall.
And then, he's so gnarly like
Dude,
that.
he
You'll be
is.
like, all right, well, I'm wrestling Ridge tough, and then next thing you know, it's like he's got legs in him on my back.
Wasn't Gilligan's Island a black and white TV show?
No, what?
I don't
Black
know.
and white. Come on.
Gilligan wore a red shirt.
Okay. I didn't
Now
watch
how
it.
how do you feel about it, David?
I'd like to watch the show first to have a full opinion. So, how many episodes are there of that show? All
There's a few.
right, I'll be back on Saturday night.
That was that and Brady Bunch were staples on it. Like, I don't know. I had half day kindergarten, so those are the things that you watch in the morning.
David, Ginger, she's a redhead.
Is that really where the term came from?
That's how I understand it.
Yeah, that me most sense. I was thinking maybe
All right.
like gingerbread or
Oh,
something.
look at that. KSAC looking for the fall.
Over Landon Johnson, NIU, Northern Illinois.
Well, if that's
Ginger's
how
an attractive young lady.
if that's how the
Not young
term if that's how the term was
Actually, she's
coined,
not attractive anymore.
Well,
She-
hey, all right.
But those younger pictures.
She's
like
got a great heart.
if that's how the term was coined, it makes more sense. But it's just a really unfortunate coincidence that of all the spices, I mean, it's just really inaccurate.
Of all the
Oh,
spices.
Ridge.
8-8. What a wild.
What is writing time right
31
now?
to 2.
What is writing time
Oh,
at?
let's go check the dashboard. I believe we're up to date here. Go to the Track Wrestling, the hub, hit dashboard.
Dude, look at Sam Cartella's leg all
8
taped
to
up.
8 and riding time.
He's in a bad spot.
Lovett's gonna get a
gonna
reversal
32
here.
for Cartella.
Oh, Cartella's got that elbow there, which is.
Now he's in trouble.
Now he just likes to step. The
Oh,
way he
what
can
a
just move
scramble,
those
though.
legs around.
Are they gonna start swiping drop down there?
Yeah, I don't understand how.
Man.
Yeah, I think they just
that's a
did.
reversal. That's a reversal.
If you can lock around the leg and the head.
Snyder's
Man,
back
this is-
there pulling for it.
I think-
Oh, it's got the
Oh, he's got the
toe.
foot in there.
He's got 2 feet.
What a crazy position.
And we got no clock on the stream, so that doesn't help.
Well, and then riding time is going up over a minute now for Cartella.
You
Nah,
guys got
it's-
it.
Oh, now
There's
they
the
called the
reversal.
reversal.
And so it's gonna come back down under a minute.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 10-8. Ridge Lovett's
and
gonna
now
get
he
this
can just
done,
ride
but
like side headlock.
dude,
Mark
That's
Manning.
excitement though for that. That's the first round excitement you like.
This is
Yeah.
the crazy thing about the Nebraska coach. Their voices are gonna be shot after this match.
you know that
They
you know
are
that
done
Manning's
immediately.
voice is like that.
you know Manning's screaming like a banshee right now.
Love it. And he's not too high there like any other wrestler on the planet, and that's like way too high. And he's like, nope, I can sink back.
Dude, Cartella is one of those guys where you saw flashes of this in high school, and he'll continue to develop. Like we're gonna see this guy at this tournament for years to come. But almost ready to deal with a guy like Ridge.
What year
Not
is
there yet.
Yeah. What year is Cartella?
He's a freshman.
All right, let's watch the end of this, and then we're going to do another quick break. Maybe grab a snack if you're watching. There it is. Ridge Lovett survives and advances, and that's all you got to do. Early rounds off the scale. We're going to take a quick break, maybe check our weight, come back for more watch party.
142.
You are.
Love it.
I've not been 142.
We're back.
Hey, you heard Bader? We're back.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Just in time for an upset.
Paniro
There's still
Johnson.
little time. It's in the
Jack
ride out
Joffrey?
period. Yeah.
There's
Jack
a couple-
Joffrey is now up. It's gonna be. Wait, did they just go escape? No, they did go takedown. Okay, so no, they put the takedown for the wrong guy. Joffrey is up 5-2.
Yeah. So the scoreboard's a little bit wonky on the TV if you're watching on ESPNU, and that's how you have to watch the action live. You have to go to ESPNU on cable or ESPN Plus on your streaming service. And when you watch us, you're just hanging out with your pals that want to talk wrestling.
Let's talk wrestling.
Bader's everyone's pal.
I'll try to be.
My pal and yours. So Joffrey's up 5-2. So Paniro is in some early trouble at 149. He's the number 4 seed, yes, and Jack Joffrey is the number 29 seed.
Man, really crazy. Good performance there from Joffrey.
This will be the biggest upset, I believe.
Yeah, Joffrey, big recruit coming out of high school, California State champ. Now in his sophomore year for Virginia.
They're going
Oh,
after it.
when they turn in when you're not expecting it,
Yeah, he spun all the way around.
it's always crazy. You don't have they're not going to bother with the 30-second clock, I guess. And Joffrey gets the dub. There's the Paulsons.
Yeah, Joffrey did the dub.
Good for Stevie Garland and the Fighting Wahoos of UVA. So I had Paniro. I'm sure.
Fighting Wahoos?
Yeah. The Cavaliers is their official name, but the Wahoos are their unofficial name. A lot of schools in Virginia have 2 names.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like the,
What's Wahoo?
it's just some stupid thing that the student body at UVA came up with a long time ago. No, it's just, there's nothing.
There's not. Yeah.
Yeah, like
So
I
it's-
forget. The Virginia Tech has one. VMI has 2 different ones. The Washington
Virginia
and Lee had 2. Virginia Tech is the Hokies, and then it's like the Cadets because they used to be all
Military?
and then they basically dropped that and just became the Hokies. But the Hokies was kind of like the Wahoos. They all had like goofy names.
Okay. Couple things that happened while we were on break.
Yeah.
Colton Park pointing out Lucas Bird, 1-on-1 point match. He had to have a complete third period ride out for that dub.
2-1.
That's the 1 seed over the 32. So
League, yeah.
that's nuts.
California B.
So yeah, good there. I think we saw the Lilidol Tech before we went to break.
Yes, we did.
But yeah, I mean that's nuts. The Lucas Bird ride out, that's crazy. We saw Ridge Lovett right before the break. He had to pull out a clutch reverse in the third to win.
Vance Vombauer going to get a 2-0 win over Grayson Clark.
Watching matches like that is why you kind of understand when Shane Sparks says that winning this tournament literally impossible.
No one can do it.
It's literally impossible.
No one has done it.
Yeah. I was listening to FRL yesterday, and CP pointed out to Shane the only year where that was true was 2020.
Yeah.
Literally,
Well,
nobody
2 things that man has never done. Won an NCAA championship in wrestling and land on the moon. That's just 2 impossible things.
We got Ethan Miller now up. He's up 3-1 over Chase Saldate.
They got some time in that match. Shane Van Ness, another Penn Stater. I know a lot of people are following the Nittany Lions, taking on Gabe Willichell of Wyoming, originally from Edinburgh. He's a pretty exciting guy. You gotta be on your guard. I think Van Ness, is going to be the rightful favorite by a large margin. But Dylan Cedeno over Jordan Soriano. That can finally put 141 in the books. We can pull up that bracket if you want to do a rundown. I don't know.
I will pull it up shortly. But first, I wanted to address a question in the chat. Has Luke wrestled yet? And I was trying to make a joke and look up how many Lukes have already wrestled in this tournament. There's only been one, Luke Lillidahl. He did win.
So he
yeah.
did.
Yeah, he did.
And and Von Bauer is the last.
Yeah, Vance Vollenbauer got it done.
So that's it. The first round of 141. The morning session is in the books.
There you go.
Thursday morning. How great is it, by the way? We don't talk enough about what a great 3 days this is. Like, everybody went to bed, I hope, thinking like, wake up and it's just wrestling for the next 3 days and nothing else.
Saliva, drooling, just like
You were just
ready
salad.
to go.
Yeah. Yeah, pillows just soaked. Just full of saliva.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna pull up the bracket.
Let's go right to the brackets after you check that pillow.
1 second here.
Antrell Taylor going to work against Jordan Conway in the first 2 takedowns already for Trelly.
All right, 141. Yeah, we can take a look at the top half of the bracket. I can even zoom in a little further. Yeah, it was at 141. It was Brock Hardy with the major decision over Nash Singleton. Wyatt Henson getting a major. Look at these bonus points in the top half of this bracket. Frost with a tech.
Ross just going ham. 16-1. That's a beatdown.
Lirez with the 5-0 win.
Good for A.J. Rallo of Bellarmine, by the way, holding a regular decision to Andrew Alira as an NCAA champ. Bellarmine was not D1 until a couple years ago. They're the only D1 school in Kentucky. This is not like a big-time program, and you got a guy going head-to-head against an Alira.
It's their first year in the postseason. No guarantee they were going to have anybody in the tournament whatsoever. And
you got to win the SoCon to get in. That's what he did. So kudos, A.J. Rallo.
Yep. Cale Happel with the pin. Dylan Chappell with the upset over Sam Latona. Josh Saunders with the upset over Todd Carter, 8-2. Josh Coderhunt had to get tough in sudden victory. Uh-oh. By the way, we got Kobe Seabrick in trouble. Jude Swisher with the pin.
Wow, I was wondering. I saw that tile came up, and then I was looking for how that match ended, and they were already on the next one.
Swisher taking advantage of a little bit of his home mat advantage.
Absolutely. He's a Pennsylvania native, goes to UPenn, great school, and then home mat advantage.
Yeah,
He used to. Yeah, he as a child he co-hosted a podcast with Sam Herring. Home mat advantage.
Many of us olds, he's still a child, but no, he's a grown man now.
Yeah, he's of legal voting age and drinking age. Let's see, what else we got here? Coderhunt, Jesse Mendez with a tech, Sergio Limley with the fall. Top half of the bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bonus point wins out of 8 matches. Let's look at the bottom half of the bracket. It hasn't completely updated here.
Von Barrow got the dub 2-0.
Yep. Cedeno with the major. Look at more bonus points on the bottom half.
Fall for Lemley.
Yep. Tegan Jameson with a 5-1 win over Eli Rivera. Major for Julian Tagg over Joe Oliveri. And then Bo Bartlett with the 4-2 win. Winning by 2. Bartlett gets it done.
Like that's as good as a major decision for Bartlett.
That's right. So good stuff there. Yeah, 141 in the books. 149 still winding down to the end of that. Wow, Chase Saldate came back.
Yeah.
With the fall.
Pinned the number 1 seed at Big Ten's Ethan Miller.
Man.
So
Satellite Saldate, he is not yet to All-American. He came pretty close. He's a Cormier guy. We talked about P&L, Daniel Cormier's club/high school team out there in Gilroy. And he was one of his first big-time recruits, Michigan State for a while. His final year of eligibility at Michigan, if he gets on the podium, man, what a feather in the cap for the Michigan coaching staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Michigan State coaching staff. He didn't, come out of nowhere. And Daniel Cormier.
Ooh, Mitchell Messenbrink's on the mat.
Wow, Shane Van Ness just got a fall. That's going to be, Penn State's chasing their own record from last year.
Yeah, how silly is that?
It is crazy.
That's like the storyline of the top, there's going to be a dogfight for second, third, fourth, fifth, on down the line. But Penn State, you can't give them the trophy yet. But the question is, do they beat their own record?
Yeah. So a pin there from Van Ness, that goes a long way. Well, it doesn't go that far. It goes 2 points. But
they add up.
It goes a little bit away.
They do add up.
Speaking of
By the way, the featured mat here is, oh my gosh, Grigor Chalakian and Ryder Downey. Downey on a shot. Chalakian almost went gator bacon there. Chalakian is a guy that you got to watch out for. He can go feet to back. He is super tricky. He's been fun to watch since high school. He's from California. Part of that Armenian contingent out in California.
They wrestle freestyle centric.
Mm-hmm. Very cool though. Like you go to these tournaments and when Chalakian or Sahakian or Aslikian, all those guys are on the mat. There's like a group of Armenian Californians around that are
all for it.
They're all for it. They're yelling in Armenian, and they're pretty.
When I went
fun.
to the,
it's probably kind of intimidating to be on the other side of it,
dude.
You're like, okay, this Armenian guy, and they wrestle weird and different. He might throw me, and there's all these other people,
dude,
yelling in his language. Like I don't know what they're yelling.
The craziest.
I'm sure it's not, but still.
The craziest Armenian American experience that I had was this year at Doc B. at 113. Henry Aslikian, he's top 4 or 5 guy in the country at 113. He ended up getting upset, and there were a couple kind of controversial calls, not too controversial, but like where if you're a fan, you're 100% sure they got it wrong, whatever. And he ended up losing the match. And there was like so much shouting, water bottles being thrown on the mat, like the crowd going nuts, and like the tournament organizers tried to kick out the Armenians, and they're just like, no, we're not leaving. Like they just stayed there, and they eventually everyone was like, all right, I guess we just go back to wrestling. But it gets crazy for sure.
When I went to the
your mic fell down, Bader.
oh, look at that.
So I can't hear you.
There it is, reeling in the mic. When I went to the 2015 World Cup, or maybe it was 2016 in LA. I know they had it for 3 years in a row. But anyway, my cab ride from the hotel to the forum where the World Cup was, my cab driver was Armenian, and there's a big Armenian population in the LA area. And when we were pulling up, he saw the Armenian flag, and he's like, "Hey, Armenian flag!" I'm like, "Yeah, this is an event with Armenia here." And he was like, "There's more Armenians here?" And he's like, "I think I'm gonna go to this."
Really?
I don't think he did. But
oh wow.
He was joking around. He's like, "Oh yes, anything Armenian." Like it just brings out a lot of the population.
Yeah, we got Vinny Zerbin up on the mat. He's up 3-0. Meyer Shapiro, he's your number 2 seed. He's got a 6-1 lead. Ryder Downey, despite all of our Armenian talk, he's up 7-0 over Chilakian.
You can't stop the Armenian talk.
No, it's fun.
Hunter Garvin, Patty Gallagher is a fire first round match. That's 165 they're already getting out there. Hunter Garvin is a wild man, an Iowan, wrestling for Stanford. Patty Gallagher, a local Ohioman, wrestling for the Buckeyes. And, he was at 157. Then Sammy Sasso was up at 165. That was a great story. But then Brandon Cannon, also a great story, a cancer survivor, was ready to get plugged in the lineup. He's got the 5 seed, so Gallagher moved up to 165. Sasso retired from competition for the most part, but came back from a gunshot wound, so that's also crazy. So Ohio State, man, you just pile up those storylines.
Yeah.
And Tom Ryan coming back from a car accident. I mean,
yeah.
God bless the Buckeyes for going through all that.
Ja'Cory Teamer, did you mention Ja'Cory Teamer taking on Lovett down there? Johnny Lovett?
Not yet. Yeah, that's just getting underway.
That's an interesting match. Bader, when I hear Johnny Lovett, you know what I think about? I think about a story from the Bader Show. Meyer Shapiro lost kind of early in the tournament last year, and he was wrestling Johnny Lovett in the round of 12, and it was the last opportunity for Coach Borelli to have an All-American for the Chippewas, and there was a ton of drama, but there was also a ton of Central Michigan support for Lovett and Shapiro. I guess you feel you get an edge however you can, but he felt like his back was against the wall there for the Chippewas. But now Lovett trying to get on the podium under a new coaching regime, and oh man, deep shot. He's trying to finish here, and
it's a little ahead on cable there. Look at that.
I'm looking at the wrong screen. He's got the takedown.
We got a different screen. We got the multi-screen experience, which I hope everybody else is enjoying. You put the live wrestling on from ESPN's got the broadcast, and then you put your pals here at Flow on. Enjoy your multiple screen experience. But yeah, it's a takedown for Jay Lovett.
Johnny Lovett's one of those guys that just seems like he'd be such a nightmare to wrestle. Hard hand fighter, super tough. Not going to give an inch.
Bader, one of your Mizzou guys that has been making a lot of noise late in the season. Yeah, Cam Steed.
Yeah.
He's got Cesar Alvan of Columbia.
Got
a lot of people talking about his chances now. Yeah, I hope everybody is also enjoying some good snacks. I'm trying to keep a snack tally, and Bray, you're a double dipper of snacks now.
Ooh. Yeah, I got a few more chips during the break.
Session 1, you went back, and kudos to our production team from the Purple Beef setting out a wonderful craft service table.
Love those guys.
Look, if it's chips, I'm like, whatever. You get the chips and the dip, I can't stay away from it.
Dips make it real. Make it a real snack.
Yeah, we got hummus. We got like a sour cream and onion type of dip.
We got some salsa. Here's a question for everybody watching ESPNU. So everybody's been saying Bear Claw for Terrell Bear Claw.
Yes.
Went to Penn State, now at Utah Valley. I heard someone say it's actually Bear Clough or Clough.
I don't know.
I need help with this guy.
Just call him B.
I feel like I've interviewed him and said Bear Claw, and it's been fine.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I bet if it's not, he's like, I hear whatever.
He's like, let's move past it. I'm not here to tell you how to pronounce my name. That's how it was with Starachi. A lot of people were saying Staraki, or if you're Chael Sonnen, it's Starochi.
Right.
And you just make up whatever you want. But then it was like after he won like a national championship, it's like, by the way, guys, it's Starachi.
Starachi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's easier to keep it straight when it's a national champ.
Uh-oh. Zerban looking for the fall now.
Yeah, bodies were just flying.
Wow. Dude, Vinny Zerban is nuts. One thing I love about him, when he wins a big match, he'll just punch himself in the face super hard.
Vinny Zerban. Blake Saito, good story from Brown. Jordan Lean's got that program going in the right direction. It's tough to coach at Ivies and ones that don't have great wrestling tradition, but Brown, hope to see more from them. Not a lot of schools in New England either.
Yeah.
Where's
By
Brown,
the way,
Rhode
if
Island?
you're
Providence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom, nailed it on one shot. You knew.
If you are if you're following the team race, probably good to know you got Cam Amin on the mat for Oklahoma State. We'll be curious how they follow. How they.
Nick Hamilton
turn
is
out.
tough.
Yeah,
That
he is
strong,
tough.
strong dude.
0-0 in that one, and then Ja'Cory Teamer trailing 4-0 to Johnny Lovett. That is wild. That's Ja'Cory Teamer was in the finals last year at this weight, and now the 18 seed trailing 4-0 in the first round. So he's a guy that for Iowa fans, they're really hoping he can put some big points on the board, because right now he's not getting really projected into the seeding points. So not looking great for him right now.
No, you don't got to love it if you're an Iowa fan right now. Meyer Shapiro is torturing Noah Castillo of Chattanooga. I believe he gets a second period tech fall. Oh, this
Yeah.
is crazy. Noah, I think it's Noah. Mosher of Hofstra and Noah Mulvaney, it's Noah Mulvaney of Bucknell are wrestling. They were going to wrestle in the EIWA finals, but Mulvaney was injured. So Mosher didn't get a chance to wrestle him, but now it's 6-2 Mosher
They just
in
kicked
the
the
lead.
can down the road. Now this is the EIWA final right here.
People said we would not be denied this EIWA final. And that is, and they're seated, 16, 17? Yeah. Kyle Mosher, excuse me, Kyle. Pardon me. Mulvaney's an Askren guy, speaking of P&L, the Askren Wrestling Academy.
Yeah.
Bucknell's got a really good young team. I don't know how many guys are going to be able to punch through and get too many points, but a team to watch in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like their guy Dylan Bechtold. We'll see him later at, 197? He's a tough freshman. Okay, so third period, Teamer's on his feet. He needs a takedown.
Yeah.
Dude, Chance Lamer was up 3-0 for much of this match, and Clark of Rutgers just with some near fall there and a takedown. So 7-3 late in the match. Clark trying to pull this upset.
Andrew Clark's got that, feeding off that hometown vibes. He's from Collinswood, which is right outside Philadelphia on the New Jersey side of the Delaware River.
Bader, who was the coach from Collinswood that won the Hometown Heroes a few years ago? Do you remember that? Man, that was 2020.
Bader's on the spot.
It's been 5 years. You can. It's if you don't remember, it's okay.
It's been not good for
For Teamer.
Corey Teamer.
Love
Declan
it.
Moody.
Declan Moody.
Kudos to
Hometown
Declan Moody.
hero.
He probably coached Andrew Clark then.
Also, you know who Andrew Clark is?
Who?
He's the wrestler from Breakfast Club.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, really? That taped butt cheeks together?
Yeah, yeah. Emilio Estevez.
I mean, yeah, Emilio. That's that.
Andrew Clark. Andrew Clark, front and center.
Wow. I didn't know that. Wow.
Now
Look at him.
Look at it. That is by far the wildest story, because like that movie goes like wildly fluctuates in like tone from like we're doing a music video dancing on stuff, and then he screams and glass breaks and it makes no sense, and then he's like, guys, I have feelings too. One time I got in trouble because this guy, we taped his butt cheeks together. Like, what are we doing? Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
And then of course the principal made that whole movie.
Yeah.
All right, good Breakfast Club
Thanks.
talk.
Yeah.
Alvin leading Steed right now 4-1. Who saw that coming?
Bader, I jinxed him. My bad.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
Spade.
Johnny Pritzloff getting those Lions coached up in Columbia. That's New York City's only D1 team.
Lions and Tigers.
Whoa, don't say it. Don't say it.
I won't.
Julian Ramirez.
UNC would be
Or Brown.
or Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bears. Lions and Tigers and Bears. I said it.
Colorado. I'm like, Tar Heels are not Bears. Ramirez on the mat against Mac Church for Virginia Tech. Mac Church from Pennsylvania, I think Waynesburg. Ramirez went to Tampa Jesuit, and then Blair. The last 3 NCAA tournaments, do you know where Julian Ramirez finished?
Round of 12.
All 3 times.
Yep.
He's trying to get that.
Seemed like a setup. I feel like maybe I knew that, but
I'm trying to
context clues.
feed it to you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
And trying to pull it. Do you remember the last guy that went round of 12 3 times and then All-American?
Yes.
I know who
George
it wasn't.
DiCamillo.
George DeCam for
Virginia, the Who's.
the Virginia Who's.
The Who's.
The Who's of Whoville
Whoosies.
and UVA in Charlottesville.
That's right.
Made the finals. I forget who he lost to. Was it Zane?
Was it Dean Heil?
It might have been Hiles.
Yeah.
2017.
He had a crazy match with Dean Heil at Scuffle that year, and that was.
It was Heil. Yeah.
It was Heil.
6-3. Look at that.
I'm really grateful for my memery right
Thank you,
now.
David.
Sometimes it doesn't
Yeah.
do it.
Get a
but-
round of applause for David's memory.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Teamer didn't get the Peterson and the back points. He's a Peterson fiend, by the way. And
Yeah.
Lovett is going back.
Yeah, Lovett can go back. He has earned the right to do that.
They both like to try to suck you in and then shoot.
Yeah.
Teamer's got to.
Y'all ever get sucked into one of those positions?
Yeah, late at night.
Yep.
That's got to be a stall.
That's his second.
Almost a fleeing.
They should call him for his second stalling. And man, Teamer's kind of got to go feet to back here.
Yeah, I don't think we got.
With
much.
given however much time might be on the clock. Dude,
Oh, what a counter by Lovett.
I'm
He
telling
just like threw him off.
Lovett is too tough, man.
And that'll do it.
10-3. And that's going to be it. Wow.
There was still a good amount of time left. There was like a minute left.
So-
Hunter Garvin also leading Patty Gallus.
By the way,
7-1.
we'll take a break in a second, but you know what this sets up is that rematch with Lovett and Meyer Shapiro that we were just talking about.
Oh, hey!
That'll be round 2.
Let's go.
157, and then what on the backside there, I think this is going to be a big battle here. Who do I have there? Lovett. Oh, never mind. No, not that huge of a consolation.
Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome, friends. It's the NCAA Watch Party. We're FloWrestling. This is Mark Bader. I'm Andrew Spey, and this is David Bray. We're thrilled that you're here. Go to ESPNU on cable to watch live, or go to ESPN Plus This is your second screen experience, and you can chat with us on YouTube, ask some questions. We had Colton Park in the chat mention that, hey, Penn is in second place and Penn State is in first. So what a first session. We're halfway through the first session.
Yep.
It's a beautiful time of year.
The best.
All this wrestling, all these mats.
Yep.
We got computers typing. We got
brackets.
paper brackets.
We got tiles. We got matches. We got
UPenn maybe should have given them a little home mat advantage bump.
maybe. Yeah. Still
wrestling-
early. A lot of wrestling to be done.
Very much, very much.
Very much. But
By the way, you're talking about the team race, UPenn in second, but Oklahoma State, they're in first. They just got another win from Camamine.
Yeah. Oklahoma State's not in first yet.
Oh, I thought you said they were. Oh no, sorry,
I said Penn State.
Penn State.
Yeah, I think Penn State has 14 points. UPenn has 8, and then I can refresh and probably get these a little bit more up to date. You can go to Track Wrestling to get all that, bout boards, brackets. They all seem to be working nice and sync right now. But Penn State has the lead right now, at least by 6 points. I don't think they're ever going to have it any closer until the end of the tournament. This is literally the closest it's going to be.
yeah. It's
crazy.
And you could say that every round almost.
Yeah,
Because it's the gap's just going to become wider and wider.
As we keep going. The only time it's ever going to shrink again is in the finals if all their wrestlers are done, depending on when they start or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
That sounds about right.
that's how it's going to go.
Not a whole lot of anticipation on how the team race goes. Though second place, that's fun.
Yeah.
Who's going to get second?
I hope we should have some wagers. Let's lay it down right now.
Lay it down.
Okay, running tally of challenges. We're gonna have push-up contest. You want to get on this, Bader?
Bro, I'm all about push-ups.
I know you're gonna kick all of our butts in the push-ups, but
Trying to get back in shape.
get back in shape.
I'm back in shape.
You just said what you weighed earlier.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell everybody else?
Yeah, about 142.
142.
136 is the weight, though.
136.
62 kilos.
And you touched down before once. You said you kissed
Yeah,
136,
yeah, I kissed
and then you said,
136.
"I'll be back to see you
After
later."
a workout.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wow, I'm on weight. What do you know?
Damn. Okay. First challenge. Second place team. Who's it gonna be?
Did you say first place team?
Second place.
First
team.
challenge.
Oh, Iowa.
Second place team. That's what he said. I'll go Oklahoma State.
You can go Oklahoma State. Well, just to make things interesting, then I'll say
Little Rock?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. As I glanced through the teams, Nebraska came to mind.
They got a lot of bullets in the chamber. I was thinking maybe Minnesota, just because I'm just like Gable Stevens is gonna get so many points, but they got Chris Minto just won from Florida over Joey Bianchi of the Bianchi Bros of Little Rock. Matt Bianchi, we got doubles of the Bianchis. Matt Bianchi's got Ed Scott, who's the 22 seed. So a lot of people circled this as an upset by seeds because Ed Scott's very good.
At this point, if the match would end, it would be an Ed Scott decision.
Bray's been making that joke for
That's
Ed Scott's entire career.
5-6 years, yeah. It's been a while.
That's like the first Supreme Court case you learned in 8th grade, and it's stuck in Bray's mind forever.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Julian Ramirez won. We mentioned him earlier.
By the way, Ed Scott sporting tattoos that were performed by Kai Orini, his teammate.
Oh, yeah. That was you guys learned that in the scavenger hunt, right?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, we mentioned Winton Denkins.
Yep.
For
Dorm
Campbell.
Dog.
Dorm Dog. And then you guys learned that Ed Scott has tattoos that were drawn on by Kai Orini. Got upset earlier, or maybe it wasn't an upset. I learned that
He was the 26th seed.
But he's a tattoo artist on the side.
He's all of his tattoos, he did himself. Kai Orini did all of his own tattoos.
With the actual equipment you need, like they use at a tattoo shop, or like
It was like stuff he bought
you
online.
lit up
No, he bought it.
hanger.
Dude, have you seen his tattoos? They're good.
I feel like
They're like
I've
really
never
good.
studied them.
He's like a legit artist. They have at
So
NC
it's-
State. They have a tunnel where it's like a freedom of speech like tunnel, and you can like graffiti in there and whatever. And he's over the years done there are some photos of some of the like projects he's done there, like just unreal stuff. Like he is really good.
So, does he have tattoos all over his body, or it's only
Yes.
like he can only use his right hand, so it's only his left side's tattooed?
He's got it at legs, arms, wherever. I don't know about wherever.
Both arms though, like
yeah,
he
both
can-
arms.
ambidextrous.
Yep.
Bianchi and Scott and sudden victory. Bianchi, man, super close to the 2, and he's gonna get it. Head buried on the double.
Oh, Bader, you know how I said I jinxed Cam Steed? He came back to beat Cesar Alvan,
Yeah, what's up?
5-4. So
There we go.
Wow.
Good for me because I picked him.
That just shows that your jinxing power is not that strong.
Kyle Mosher, Penn, Noah Mulvaney. I don't know if Mulvaney was back from that injury, but credit to Mosher. He's in his last NCAA tournament. It would have been an Askren on Askren in the next round because Mosher now has Mitchell Messenbrink.
Man, Braden Scholes in a tight match now, putting Enrique Munguia on his back. Munguia started his career at Kent State, now at Rider.
And Scholes is a pinner. He goes for back points.
Man, what a end of the season by Illinois. We were kind of waiting for Illinois to pop off this whole season, and then all of a sudden, Big Ten's like, bam.
Okay.
Lucas Bird wins it. You know, Scholes look good. The Bronagles look good. Cannon Webster beats Shane Van Ness. He's in the finals.
A lot of it was I would say Webster turning it on at Big Tens.
Yeah.
I mean, a big piece of it. Obviously, it's a big team effort. And I got to see Illinois early at the Journeyman events. And talking to Coach Poeta, I mean, he's really proud of that. Like, even because, I said, hey, look, they went, 9 wins to 1 in like these 3 dual meets at the Journeyman duels.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, we're still proud of our 125-pounder. Like, he fought. Like, he didn't even think he was going to be wrestling this year. And, every team point that you save as a coach, like, you're proud of that stuff. But they really do. We're really planning for this year. And they've been keeping positive all season long. And now they got guys wrestling well.
Yeah. That's the right time to do it.
You want to do it now. We talked about it earlier. Bray said Coach Goodale was in the press conference saying, hey, this is how you're judged. This is the one tournament that's going to matter. You're going to look at that team score and then go, okay, are you a top 10 team? Are you top 20? But he was very proud of the fact, too, Coach Goodale, that Rutgers puts a lot of butts in those seats. They get the Jersey Mike's Arena rocking.
They won some big duels.
And they won big duels. They beat the aforementioned Illinois Fighting Illini.
Kudos to.
So that's important stuff, too. Yeah, it's got to be both. Ooh, Simon Ruiz over Clayton Whiting. 7-1 in the second right now. Bowman putting the Michigan team on his back. 7-1 lead over Tyler Lillard. And we got doubles of the Ruiz. Max Mayfield, this is a tough one. And
Nico
Ruiz. 3-2.
Still scoreless, by the way. Still scoreless. It's 5 seconds into.
Bianchi coming back in overtime. I think he got the dub. Did we mention that?
Bianchi got the dub at 157.
Yep. Okay.
Little Rock rolling a little bit, huh?
Hey, good. Yeah, Little Rock. Get that train rolling.
You're just gonna say you love to see this little engine, this program that started, and get to see it from its infancy and grow and like blossom, and like you get the right coach in place and the right program, and just like, it's happening now.
Yeah, I got the chance to talk with Coach Erisman at Pac-12s because it's like, all right, last year they had 2 All-Americans, and sometimes that'll happen, but it's like, is it a flash in the pan, whatever? And now it's like not only 2 All-Americans, but I think 6 NCAA qualifiers. They won the conference tournament. It's not a fluke. It's not just like, all right, we did this one time. They're really like building momentum, and you see them winning recruiting battles. You see them doing like all the things that you have to do to be a sustainable program. It's awesome. In Arkansas, I mean, Arkansas didn't have sanctioned high school state wrestling championships until 15 years ago, Tim.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shout out Greg Hatcher, super donor. Heard he borrowed money to donate more. Because he knew he was going to make more money in whatever thing it was, and he wanted to donate early.
Yeah.
And he seeded all those high school programs. He seeded different levels of college, and then Little Rock was like the final one where he's like, now we're going to go D1.
Piece of the puzzle.
And then look at it. Yeah, they're competitive. It's awesome.
we got Rhodes and Thompson in an 8-8 match. A little thriller down there in the third period on their feet.
Yeah, that's fun because
9-8 now.
Yeah, Rhodes coming from Iowa. There was a couple, Glazer as well. I feel like I'm missing a guy. Seabrick, who just lost. But yeah, 3 guys in the starting lineup, former Hawkeyes.
Man, I'm going to have to take some time between this session and look at these brackets a little closer because
it goes by
there's just
so
so
fast.
much happening.
Yeah, we're trying to keep track of all the upsets and everything. We haven't had a ton.
Probably the biggest one so far is Panero Johnson losing.
Panero, yep. Should probably have been keeping track of this.
Look at that.
Do we have anybody
Thompson.
in an upsets article?
We do.
Yeah. So maybe you just go to www.flowrestling.org, your
I don't know
favorite
if it's
source.
started yet, but
Maybe not.
yeah.
But at some point, just go to
And
that
that's
website.
what, if you're Doug Schwab, you like to see, right? Thompson was up by a point in the third, and he's attacking and gets a takedown to really essentially ice it. I guess an escape takedown would tie it, but yeah. minor upset coming.
Thompson's the guy that, some people have talked about for you and I being maybe the weight class where you're not as certain about what kind of productivity you're going to get at 165. And here he is, getting wins at NCAAs. Every single one of those matters in a big way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where's you and I, right? Where are they going to fall? They've got to be excited about the team race, right? Fifth right now.
They have a legit shot at a trophy.
Yeah.
Very legit.
And I'm sure they all have recognized it and have their eyes on it and are locked in. And
yeah.
And I can see, Doug, you guys can do something special. And it's something that's never, I either saw him or can just picture this.
You've heard Schwab's speeches.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got.
They're great.
It's a talent to be able to do that. To hold a room of 20-year-old dudes and inspire them. I mean, like
on his every word.
Yeah, and he every practice. I've never seen him not get people fired up and level up one way or another mentally.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
There he is, and yeah.
So let's see. Caliendo up 6-2, now 7-2 in the second. He's wrestling Aiden Riggins, former teammate. Aiden Riggins.
Yeah, another former Hawkeye.
Also a former 184-pounder this season. He was in the duel at 184, right?
Coach Dresser not afraid.
No, he was 74.
Not afraid to move guys around his lineup.
Sorry for the lie, guys.
Well, I just wish you weren't a liar.
Andrew Sparks notching another win for the Redheads.
There's Bowman's first win of his young collegiate career in the NCAAs. Nico trying to hold on against Mayfield.
Wow. Bowman, Nico Ruiz, just mentioned both of those guys. They were both Who's Number One participants the same year.
Bear Clough on the mat.
Yeah, still need help. Anybody wants to confirm how to pronounce?
I'm calling it Bear Clough until I hear otherwise.
I'm saying Bear Claw. I don't like Bear Clough. I don't feel good about it unless I know it's true.
Bear Claw. Interesting bout on mat 8. Lorenzo Norman, great CKLV.
Dude, this is crazy with Nico Ruiz. Oh my gosh.
He got it.
Why did he fight it that way? I'm so confused.
Wow. So we got to, Mayfield has the win right now until confirmed?
7-6 lead for Mayfield.
7-6, yeah. Lorenzo Norman, Stanford, Blair product, had a great CKLV and then I think maybe injuries or something, but he faded a little bit, certainly in the rankings, and now is seed is 16 and taking on Sergio Desianti of Chattanooga. He was Chattanooga's first ever Southern Scuffle champion, ever.
No
in
kidding.
history.
Wow.
And they've been hosting the tournament since Greensboro lost their
2002 or something. Or
long time.
Yeah.
Like a couple decades probably.
Whatever.
Max Mayfield
never
gets
even
it
had
done.
a finalist.
By the way, Max Mayfield gets it done over Nico Ruiz.
Max Mayfield. All right, so that's for you, Sam Cartella, who came so close to getting that upset.
Yeah, Northwestern with a strong early showing here. Even Cartella, falling to Ridge Levitt, he looked really good.
Dean Hamity on the mat. Carson Harchla versus Lenny Wolak, who was an All-American at Columbia, went over to Virginia Tech. Did not have the same success early, but he's still just as dangerous as ever. He's got some good judo skills.
Cade DeVos wrestling Bronigal right now. DeVos with a 4-0 lead at the end of the first.
Hamity and Harchla are
Second.
two other guys whose names had to be learned over time. Started.
You mean Hamidi?
Karchley.
No,
Karchla. Yeah. We're getting there. Miles Tackett's on the mat for Bucknell, one of those young guys. You know what they call him in Europe?
No.
Kilometers
Okay.
Tackett's.
Yep.
That's Conan O'Brien's joke from the Oscars. I loved it so much. I'd never laughed so hard at an Oscars or award show. It's very stupid, so you get my sense of humor there.
Colton Park in the chat says, you and I has a legit shot at second, in his opinion. What do you guys think?
Well,
I agree with Colton.
Popped in my head when I was thinking about our second picks and, Iowa, Oklahoma State. He said Nebraska, and I was like, wonder if could you and I?
I think it's one of those things where they would both need a strong performance and for Iowa and Oklahoma State to have a down performance. But those things are all possible. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think it's completely in their hands either.
Sure.
That's the last thing a wrestler wants to hear is it's not in your hands. but anyway,
That's why we're not wrestling nor are we coaching.
Yep.
So we can say it.
Yeah, we're just out here watch partying.
Just watch.
We're just
We're here
party
to
people.
party and yeah. You got to be a bigger Rebecca Black fan.
Okay.
You know when that cue's coming.
Yep.
What's interesting about Caliendo being on the mat trying for bonus points for Iowa at the same time as Hamity being on the mat trying for bonus points for Oklahoma State, I don't think Caliendo got him unless he's got riding time.
Yeah.
But both of those guys you pencil in, like Caliendo is just such a point scoring machine. Same with Hamity. So it's like you kind of, filling out brackets if you're doing, margin of victory, you would probably give them both majors, right?
Yep.
This in the first round. I'm sure those coaches want it, but hey, sometimes your opponent doesn't cooperate.
Rarely. Oh no! It's at 11-3.
Oh, he did.
I saw it right
got
at
the
the
riding
end.
time.
Same
You
as said
got-
riding time.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man, Bronigal looking for a takedown here on DeVos.
Technically, it's 10-2, not 11-3.
Bronigal gonna get this here. It
But
looks like,
I don't care.
yep.
That's no, it's not you. It's
Yeah.
ESPN is a little bit different.
Hey, so
Bronny?
DeVos and Bronigal now tied 4-4, it appears. And in the chat, they're frustrated with ESPN scoreboards. We are a little bit too here, but
Hey,
we're trying our best to deal with it.
And I would not throw any stones from the glass house in which we inhabit.
Amen.
Yeah, let's do a quick break. We're at 174 matches going on. We'll come back and talk more first round wrestling at the NCAA watch
All
party.
right.
All right, welcome back to the NCAA watch party. I'm fixing my earpiece and Manny Spay. We got Mark Bader in the house. How great is that? David Bray is typing away. And I hope everybody's got their second screen experience because we just watched Lennox Wolak upset Carson Harchla. I didn't have that. Good for Wolak. He had it was a 24 seed. He was having a rough season, coming over from Columbia to Virginia Tech. Taking out a guy like Harchla, who has been good for forever. Since I think his senior year, it was a big one.
Oh, Keegan O'Toole with a fall.
That's your guy, and that was Michael Wilson, who wasn't in the tournament until yesterday, 24 hours.
Man,
and then you're like, okay, cool. I got to wrestle Keegan O'Toole.
He has to win a Pigtail.
He did get a Pigtail win though, so you got to love him for that.
Yeah, you have to love him.
But you do. It's required by law to love him.
I do love him.
Love him now.
Yep.
And I'm flying on my my third yerba mate.
Dang, 3 yerbas?
3 yerbas. They're like a strong cup of coffee, but it's
normally you're
iced
like a
tea.
1 yerba man, aren't you?
I do 1 yerba, yeah. But when you're doing a watch party at the Purple Bee in Austin, Texas, and the production team puts out a wonderful table of snacks and beverages. I'm keeping track of it, by the way. So that's two more yerba. Oh well, I had one in the morning, so I'm not counting that. But this is just second yerba.
Okay.
In the studio.
Yep.
So there's 3 today?
3 today.
Yeah.
3 cans.
Peyton Hall, your number 2 seed. He's up 6-1 for West Virginia. Man, what a day. This is great.
We got 2 more. We got 2.5 more, guys.
Yeah, we still got more weights coming. Danny Wask, number 7 seed. He's trying to get Coder Hunt, the 4 seed. So Kerry Kolak got his first All-American last year with David Key of his era. There's been other Navy All-Americans,
as a
of
coach.
course. And he's coached All-American, at least one at Campbell. And now Navy's got 2 guys seeded in the top 8 and a couple more guys in the tournament with other seeds. So could be the first multiple All-American year for Coach Kolat. Jackson Turley, Garrett Thompson. That's a crazy early round bout. For a 4 seed, you don't want to see a guy like Jackson Turley, who's all about ripping upper body headlocks, inside trips, outside trips.
Couple matches that are relevant team score-wise. Levi Haynes up 3-0 on Branson John of Maryland. And 0-0, Patrick Kennedy, Nick Incontrera. Incontrera beat Kennedy last year. And so that's one early match that a lot of people had circled being pretty important.
Incontrera started the year ranked real high, too. Great first half of the season. And Penn guys are doing well. Let's check the team score. Oklahoma State now pulled into second place. Don't know exactly how up-to-date everything is. Looking at track wrestling, going to try to keep it updated as much as possible. ESPN is where you can watch everything live. Can't watch it on Flow. We would go to jail if we tried to do that.
Yeah, you'd hate to see us go to jail.
I wouldn't like it. Kennedy now up 3-0 on Nick Incontrera. But UPenn having a really good round 2. They've gotten a bunch of guys through.
If we did have to go to jail, Spay, who would be your one phone call?
My one phone call? Probably my lawyer. Okay. I don't have a lawyer.
You're standing with my lawyer,
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would call.
You think your lawyer would come pick you up, bail you out?
I would call, I don't know. I would call somebody. Do we get the, I don't know. I would send an email.
You don't get one email. You get one phone call.
I would say
Call me, Spay. I'll pick you up.
I'm trading my one phone call for 10 emails and a text message.
I'm sending it to one email, and you just the whole FloWrestling listserv.
I get. How many slacks do I get?
Levi Haynes looking for a pin. Not a guy you necessarily think about for pin points, but looks like he's gonna get him. We'll see.
Work for that old chin in the shoulder.
Oh,
technique.
I got to think he's getting close.
I don't think he's got it. The shoulder looks up.
Man.
Nah, maybe
I'd like to see this official doing a plank to decide. Oh, that looks pretty darn pinned.
Oh, we had the plank off talking about our scavenger hunt down before Super 32 and the losers, which was me and Connor. You guys crushed us in the scavenger hunt. Andy Hamilton was a biased judge, but that's okay. I forgive Andy. But we got routed by you guys, so we had to do the referee plank challenge.
I think Tyler and I just took it a little more seriously.
I think it wasn't even you guys. It was like the teams are either like having fun and like just showing you campus, or like they're taking it seriously.
Well, yeah, you gotta fire them up. You gotta inspire the troops.
These were not options.
Well,
when we got to campus.
Patrick Kennedy's up 3-1, by the way.
Right.
So we still don't know who your phone call would be.
Yeah, I don't know, mom and dad.
Okay.
I
Yep.
mean, who are you calling?
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Classic. Excuse me, can you bust these ghosts and then bust me out of jail?
Yeah, it depends what I got arrested for.
Do we
Yeah.
know any cops we could call? I don't know. Do we got any cop associations?
Spay is a cop.
Oh, I guess I'd call Spay.
Yeah, and I would say give them the chair.
They still, I don't think they still do the chair.
You'll be riding the lightning and finding out the hard way.
This is all for piracy of.
Yes.
Okay.
ESPN does not play when it comes to their intellectual property.
All right. Tell us in the chat. Who would you call? You get your one phone call. Yeah, I don't know.
Ryan Miller, CJ Composto, Cross Wasilewski,
That's
and
three. You don't get to call all three of those.
Jude Swisher. I'm gonna say do the call chain. Like
Okay.
I'm gonna call Ryan Miller first. Say call everyone else who won first round matches for the Quakers.
Yep.
And tell them the deal.
Okay.
Those guys all won. And they are wrestling in Philadelphia. We did see a couple Drexel guys already. I don't think we got a win, but Mickey O'Malley at 97 is coming up. That's the guy to watch. Drexel and UPenn, their campuses touch. They abut each other. They are
Abut.
They are adjacent.
Yeah.
Is a butt? That's the word.
Abut, yeah.
Butt up. Yeah.
Yeah, they butt up into each other.
Interesting.
Yeah. An abutment. So Garrett Thompson had no worries with Jackson Turley, 16-1 technical fall. Brevin Casella, we got all EIWA matchups. Josiah Queen, he wrestled real well at EIWA, stole a bid from someone. And Brevin Casella won EIWAs. He was the most outstanding wrestler because he beat Danny Wask, who is the 7th seed. That's how Casella earned the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Casella's been at it for a while, from Massachusetts originally. This is his last NCAA tournament after qualifying. I think it's his 5th time qualifying. Never been on the podium.
There's an interesting question in the chat, and I think Bader is probably best prepared to answer this.
On the spot, hot seat.
Ashby Diaz wants to know, will Keegan O'Toole go down as a better scrambler than Ben Askren? Two Missouri legends. I have an immediate opinion, but
I'm
curious what you think, Bader.
Keegan is probably a better scrambler today than Ben was in 2006. But I think there was a wider gap between Ben and the next best scrambler in 2006. Because
Yes.
Keegan doesn't know everything Ben knew, but he's learned under Ben, and Ben's scrambling has probably evolved and changed and gotten better, and Keegan's, therefore...
It's one of those, like, if you could go back in time, like, you know, if you took the NCAA champs from this year and you went back to, like, the 30s, they would just annihilate everybody or whatever.
Yeah.
Baseball players today are better than Babe Ruth.
It's like
But
saying Keegan today versus Ben in 2006.
Yeah.
7. That'd be fun.
You want to take Ben or any older wrestlers, put them at the age of when the current guys that you're judging them against were born, and go through the same system with the same advantages and coachings and techniques that are, you know, being advanced.
Yeah, that's exactly where my head was yeah, Keegan probably has more advanced scrambling than what Ben had when he was in college, but without Ben Askren, the Keegan O'Toole scrambling doesn't exist, not possible. A lot of the scrambling we see would not, I mean, maybe it would have been advanced by somebody else, but it wasn't happening before Ben Askren. So
But I think, what was the question? Is he a better scrambler?
Will he go down in history as a better
Oh,
scrambler?
no. No. Like Ben, that's what Ben was known for. Keegan's known for a lot of things and that.
Yeah.
The way you said no was the same way that the guy in Office Space said no when Peter asked him, his neighbor, like, do you ever go to work and have anyone ever ask you if you have the case of the Mondays?
No, I don't.
No.
I believe you get your ass kicked.
Yeah, that's no.
Right? I mean, am I right? Keegan won't go down as a better scrambler than Ben, will he?
I don't
Probably
think
not
so.
because of what you said. Isn't like Ben did more to change the way wrestling was done.
Yeah.
By the way, Larry Steele in the chat says that scrambling has been going on in Pennsylvania since he wrestled in the 80s. Not to mention Jaden Abbas was before Ben. Two things.
Yeah.
One,
Maybe Larry Steele is the original scrambler.
Scrambling's been going on forever.
But-
I think
But also, Jaden Abbas.
Jerry Abbas?
I don't think he's talking about Jaden Abbas.
he's
but
talking about Jerry.
He's talking about Jerry.
Jaden's dad.
Jerry and
Steven.
Steve both were, really good wrestlers. But when you think scrambling legends, you think Askren before either of those guys.
And I think it's also like the kind of scrambling.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
getting down on the mat, these far ankle things.
Well, like the leg pass was that he didn't invent that, but
Oh my gosh, and Contreras coming at Kennedy here late in the match. Kennedy trying to hang on here for this victory.
And Contreras got some power, and Kennedy's not a huge 174-pounder.
Yeah.
How about Nick Fine putting on Evan Bachman?
MJ Gaitan with an upset over Kramer.
Singleton Sima is a crazy first-round bout at 174. Alex Kramer, yeah, that was another highly ranked Chippewa.
Danny Wask with the tech for Navy. Coach Colat
Brody
got the guys rolling.
Bauman, yes. Casella's leading.
And Contreras has been pushing for this takedown throughout the third. Patrick Kennedy, though, going to advance. That's big. That's a guy that's beat him in the past. And, yeah, and Contreras is huge at 174, isn't he?
Yeah, big dude. Carter Starachi is starting his quest for an unprecedented 5th NCAA championship. He's got Caden Rogers. He's going to look for some back points here.
Wrestling Starachi just seems a little bit like torture.
Yeah.
Overwhelming.
Like suffocating, boa constrictor style. Looks like Singleton got the win over Jared Sima. Maddie Singleton of Georgia. There's a good number of Georgians in this tournament. It's been
Country
built-
or state?
I don't know any Georgian countrymen.
Okay.
There's
So
the-
state.
The state of Georgia, Peachtree State. It's been building for a while, and there was a big crop pretty early on, like Taylor Luan's class, and they're keeping it going. Gabe Arnold,
Gabe Arnold. Shout out to Georgia.
prominent Georgian. And now scoreboards. Is that Pinto? Scoreboards are back to being a little wonky. It's a complicated tournament. It's a new venue. A lot going on. I got bout boards looking pretty good on Track Wrestling right now.
That's good. They got Starachi on that ESPN feed. You're going to want to feature him. This guy's going for 5.
This is
Big deal.
It's an insane thing. Pat Santoro and Brad Dillon in the corner. It's got to be tough sitting in the corner when it's like, we kind of all know how this match is going to go.
Yeah.
You can't not be there for your guy. You can't think about what Starachi is if you're Caden Rogers. You got to do what you can to execute whatever plan. Oh, that's Caden Rogers. I think Anthony Mancini told me that this was. Hold on.
Space typing away. I can hear.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Caden
just read
Rogers
it.
is from, by the way, he's from this Philly area.
Yeah, Mike Rogers. I was trying to get Franklin and Marshall's head coach's first name before I said it. He's Mike Rogers' son. He went to Malvern Prep, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. Now you're wrestling Carter Starachi, which is like not fun.
I know we got a ways to go, but I am stoked for a potential Starachi Parker.
Yeah.
Kekheisen.
We saw it once at the All-Star Classic. A good amount of time has passed since then.
All right. They got all red over here on the map, but his opponent
Was that
incorrectly.
Malachi Duvall
I think so.
and all red? I can find that out. Just got to type in the old George Mason.
Oh. Somebody's down.
Malachi Duvall at 184.
By the way,
Center Hall, PA.
not super surprising, but Penn State so far undefeated on the day.
No losses. Yeah, don't expect one for a little bit. I guess Braden Davis was in a little bit of trouble, but he pulled through. Not too much drama there.
When will they lose their first match?
I mean,
Let's put a challenge down.
Braden Davis will be in another tough one against Braxton Brown in the second round. They had a really fun match at Big Tens, but I wouldn't predict him to lose. Here's the thing about Penn State. Bader, guess how low their lowest wrestler is ranked in the country?
Seeded or ranked?
Ranked.
6.
5th. Braden Davis is ranked 5th.
He's the 8th seed.
They have.
It's
they
really
have,
good.
Like pretty much everybody's ranked 1st, 2nd, or 3rd on their team.
So this
It's
is
insane.
no shade on Penn State, obviously. Like, you can't even credibly say anything negative about them.
I'll tell you this: they don't have 10 number 1 seeds.
They don't have 10 number ones. But
There's room to improve.
I picked Turpie Braxton Brown, the 9 seed. I think he's ranked 6th or something. So they're real close.
Yeah.
I picked Brown over Davis. So I'll say tonight, 2nd round,
Davis.
Penn State will.
Davis will be the first loss.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll put that in the challenge. And if I'm wrong, I'll do push-ups. If you guys pick the other side, you'll do push-ups.
I'll pick the other side. I think
Yeah.
Braden Davis is gonna win that match.
Davis v. Brown. I'm going Brown. Bader, what do you
I'll
got?
take Braden Davis.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
And then you'll do.
I'll take him to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which he's favored. He's a slight favored. That was one of my,
You
second
think he's
round
going to
upsets.
lose?
I mean, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna put a challenge
I
on
think.
there.
Yeah, I don't. I'm all for it.
Nick Fine. Hey, the fighting Pritzloffs of Columbia. He's pouring it on Evan Bachman. You know where Evan Bachman's from originally?
Alaska.
Anchorage. You got it. Yeah, he's fighting off his back, but it's a tech fall either way.
Got pinned.
Silas
That's
Allred.
supposed to be ahead.
Silas Allred is losing. 10-5 now.
Oh no, poor Rogers. He's got the tape around his face, right in
Caden-
the middle of the nose.
the nose tape.
This is
There are some guys
that tape is too thick. It's going to cover his nose and mouth.
he'll die.
Oh my gosh. Somebody get a pic. Tony, we're
There was a
showing up.
bunch of those in conference weekend, I feel like. That's like the new thing.
That is to tape a nosebleed, I guess.
If it does it so many times. Here's my thing with the bleeding, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong.
What
Maybe
about a nose plug? I don't know. Go
they
ahead.
keep coming out. Well, so I remember being real little, and it was like, hey, there are diseases that are passed along through blood or whatever. Most, it was HIV or whatever that people were really worried about in the
Okay.
80s. So it was like, anytime there's blood anywhere, like, you
Yeah.
have to stop. This is a safety thing. But I feel like we now know enough that it's not, like, unless it's like a hazard that you're going to slip on it, if somebody else is bleeding and it's not otherwise affecting the wrestling. I mean, MMA's been doing it for forever.
Yeah.
They don't stop because of blood. And there's been zero evidence that anybody's ever, like,
Yeah, that's
had a problem because of blood. So that's my basis. Not because I'm a scientist or I know medicine or I'm a doctor, but it's like MMA is not having this issue, and they're far bloodier than any wrestling match. So unless it's a slip hazard, just let
Let him bleed.
him keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nikki, our producer, brought up that Magic Johnson, they were like, people don't want to be on the court
Yeah.
with him because what if he scrapes a knee or whatever? But it was like, that was an unfounded, like, fear. I mean, I guess at the time, I can understand it, but maybe, I don't know. I was like 3, so who cares?
Poor Rogers. Not only are you,
Back to the Sriracha beatdown.
yeah, you wrestling Carter Sriracha. They taped your nose shut.
Yeah, how are you going to... He's already one of the best at breathing air.
Yeah.
We got Terp Jackson Smith on the mat.
We got some Penn State fans in the chat just recognizing their privilege that one guy said after Big Tens, his dad called him and said, "Can we replace Braden Davis?" And it's like, man, we're so spoiled. Like,
Replaced Braden
it's
Davis.
like we've got a guy
Top
who's the
10 guy.
the guy who's the number 8 seed, ranked 5th in the country. That's how spoiled the Penn State fan base has
The
become.
bar is like
It's crazy.
so high.
And he's a replacement for an All-American that transferred in, Aaron DeGale,
Yeah.
who got injured.
oh my
Yep.
gosh.
Yep. And it's like, and they're not, I mean, and they're reloading. You look at the recruiting class coming in, it's nuts. It's
PJ Duke, Zach Ryder is redshirting, the
Marcus
Solas, Blaze is coming in. Yeah,
Yeah.
come on, guys. If you need 10 champs to really enjoy a Penn State wrestling season, then I don't know. How do you enjoy anything in life?
Yeah.
But that's like one of the things Gable always said back in the day. We're challenging. We want 10 titles. We
Yeah.
want 10 champs. And
Yep.
that's not the kind of thing Kale would say or preach, but
That's what they're gunning for.
yeah, but like ultimately that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, they're trying to win 10 titles.
And if they got 10 titles, they'd probably say, well, we didn't get
10
50
pins,
pins.
although-
We didn't get 50 pins. You know?
yeah.
And
What if they got 50 pins?
then they got 10
what
guys.
What would they say?
The sport's over.
They finally
Stop. We're not doing it anymore.
End screen.
Yeah.
Blank, like you've beaten the final boss. You all 10 guys won every match this year by pin.
If they got 50 pins, then it's probably like, yeah, but we didn't win six
Fast
Olympic,
enough.
we
In
didn't
the
win
first
6 Olympic
period.
gold medals.
Yeah,
We didn't
yeah.
win 6 Olympic golds, and then
Yeah.
it's just
Maybe make
Gotta
the-
admire that. Like,
100%.
How do we make part of the goal be like get a 7th weight class in the Olympics, like win 7 medals at the Olympics?
The Penn State recruiting thing is crazy. I talked this year on a coverage to a coach at another high level program, and they had lost a recruiting battle of a guy they really thought they could get. And then there's questions: will this guy ever even start?
Yeah.
For Penn State? And this coach from the other program was like, on the one hand, like that's the mentality of guys that I want. You know,
Yeah.
is I don't know if he can start, but he believes it, and he's going to go there. And he's like, yeah, honestly, I think he'd be better at our program, but I'm not going to ever argue with that recruit for wanting to go be part of that program, because that means he believes in himself and he's going to, push to that. And it's a hard thing where I think the thing people don't like about Penn State, people that don't like them, is just how much they win and how good they are. It's like that's the only thing to really dislike. Otherwise, they're just really, just really good.
really good.
It's like the Mitchell Messenbrink's like mentality. Like he just wants to go out there, score points, have fun. Like wrestling is fun. It's like you can't hate it. I mean, when you wrestle Burroughs, it's like, oh man, like Burroughs. Like I feel for Burroughs because he's getting frustrated, and so you kind of get like annoyed or whatever. But it's also like I'm not mad at Mitchell for trying to
he's
beat
wrestling
Jordan.
hard and through positions and nothing egregious. There was one little push, which was like not a big deal.
Right, and then it was mostly just being in Penn State. Let's rehash that.
And the way he wrestles is in your face, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you hear that from like practice partners and Ben. Ben talks about it all the time. And like Mitchell comes back and wants to wrestle, and Ben Askren's like, all right. Man, everybody's talking about Ono in the chat. Guys, focus. NCAA
They
Championships.
can talk about whatever they want, Spay.
I know, but they say we need to comment on
Jackson
Ono.
Smith
Well,
has
Ono's really good.
looking for a fall. You got to love this as a Maryland fan, Spay.
Yeah. Oh, I do love it. I have no news on Ono. None of us do. Jackson Smith, I got news on.
I have news on Ono.
Oh no.
He likes Chipotle.
He loves deer meat.
Why cut?
Maybe this isn't news.
Yeah.
These are facts.
All right, good job, Jackson Smith. The Terpies took a team picture, and they were all looking like real gnarly, like ready for war.
Yeah.
The Miller brothers in particular are scary individuals.
They have it, man. They've got, you think about the University of Maryland, it's a high class institution, It's one of the nation's finest. And then you got these Miller bros, like, Ethan's got a couple teeth missing. Braxton
missing
Brown's
teeth, yeah.
from, they got guys from like Texas and Georgia and Missouri and just kind of maybe not the crowd that you normally expect to run into at the University of Maryland, but
Ethan Miller, Dustin Plott. There needs to be like a club for these guys.
yeah. Dude, one of my favorite like pieces of media in wrestling this year came from the Oklahoma State, like their media team, and it was like 3 or 4 of the Oklahoma State guys talking about like their missing teeth and like how they how often do you put the fake one in and like all this different stuff. It was like that's as Oklahoma State wrestling as it gets right
Yeah,
there.
that's where we need JD Rader to weigh in because he's got one of them.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is incisors or whatever. Mm-hmm. And sometimes he'll like go without it or like he loses it or something, and it's just like, well, you don't care. Life goes on.
Just going toothless here.
Yeah. So it looks like Malachi Duvall is still leading All Red 10-5, although we're back to scoreboard snafu. So don't know what to say otherwise.
Looks like one match left at 174. Sachs and Augustine. Sachs with the lead over there on mat 1.
Strachey picked up a tech fall. They finally got that wrap off Rogers' face and he can breathe again.
Yeah, back to breathing the air. Shane Cartagena-Walsh, it's been not the best round for Rutgers. It's a long tournament, so any Scarlet Knight faithful, just give it some time. But I think he's leading Gavin Kane 3-0. Cartagena-Walsh was a late season replacement. They got Brian Soldano is probably going to try to get a medical red shirt, and then a rough one is a All-American 4th placer as a freshman, John Poznansky, just kind of lost the fire, and it's tough to get that back in a sport like wrestling. So they had to get a PJ Casale to fill in, and he did not qualify 97. Now it's 7-1, Cartagena-Walsh. We got some scoreboards coming back.
By the way,
13-11, Duval and Allred. George Mason in Nebraska. It's not looking good for my prediction that Nebraska takes third, although now Allred just got a takedown.
God, I like that.
man.
14-13 match.
27 points. That match has been going on forever, hasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, bar half, jump to the other side.
Got that ball.
Yeah, we'll get to the end of this, and then we'll take a quick break and then come back, I think, for the conclusion of this round. But
Quick story as we're waiting for the end of this match. I listened to the athlete press conference yesterday, and Gable Steveson, teammate of Max McAnally, who is, I think, the only guy in a couple years to take down Gable, to take down Carter Starachi.
Yeah.
Gable and Starachi were both on the press conference, and Gable said, he's like, yeah, if on Saturday night, if Starachi, wins his fifth, he's like, apologies, when he wins his fifth, it'll be a big moment, it'll be historic. Gable said that, and I'm like, dude, you got a teammate that has a chance to take him out. He's one of only a couple people that could do it. It was just interesting to hear Gable say that. I'm sure he wasn't in the moment thinking about his teammate.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
yeah, he's just being respectful to a fellow champ. All right, so it went from potential upset special, Silas Allred, to a pin for the Huskers. So pin Malachi Duval.
Back to maybe there.
We're so back, baby. All right, we'll be back after this short break, quick commercial, and we'll watch more Watch Party with y'all.
All right, we are back. Andrew Spey, Mark Bader. We're at 184. Just a few weight classes left in this opening round. Nothing too crazy, but it can still happen. Chris Boca just getting a narrow 5-3 victory. He's moving on, and he could see Gabe Arnold, but Gabe Arnold wrestling now on mat number 8 needs to get past Donnell Washington. That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, McFarland is tough. He looked scary at EIWAs. Had to win that to guarantee an invite, which is what he did. Parker Keckeisen coming up soon. We saw Starachi. He put hurting on Caden Rogers and Bader. You were lamenting the nose wrap.
Oh, it's tough. I don't know that I've seen it. I've seen it. I guess I have seen that before. The tape was just a little thicker. It was a more prominent nose job, if you will.
Yeah, that's a tough nose job. Max McAnally is looking for a tech fall.
That's a tech fall, buddy.
He'll probably get that.
Oh, they got AJ Ferrari warming up on the screen. Everybody's excited for that.
Everybody knows this guy is views and clicks and attention from the wrestling community. He's had a long journey to where he is now.
I've got one eye here on Gabe Arnold, Donnell Washington, and the other eye on Ryder Rogotsky and Isaac Dean. Dean, the 7 seed, but Rogotsky, he could be down by 14. Doesn't matter. He could pin you.
Yeah, and that is, let's see.
That's exciting.
Rogotsky is ranked 20th, and Isaac Dean got a good seed, won the MAC, but he's ranked 15th in our rankings. So 20 versus 15, you don't really call that much of an upset when you're outside like the top 10 or in that 15 to 20 range. It's kind of, a lot of those guys are capable of beating each other at any time.
Gabe Arnold with the takedown, so he has a 3-0 lead. He is really, really tough to score against, so early lead is looking good for him, which means I'm going to look a little more often at this Rogotsky match. Dylan Fishback with a 3-0 lead.
That's John Kozak's guy.
Fishback.
Bader's messing with his mic, and it's causing a lot of feedback. And I just have to remind you not to touch it.
I wasn't touching my mic back.
You just touched it just now.
Well, after you pointed at it, I was like, "What? This?"
Well, never mind. This is a little inside production baseball for you guys. Sometimes you have to talk to guys that don't have your pieces in.
Dustin Plott up 10-1, looking for near fall. Is he going to take this over? Oh, man, that looks uncomfortable.
So this Fishback Hale match was sudden victory last year at NCAA's. Right now it's 3-1 in the first. Fishback got the first takedown, but that's no gimme. And we're in Philadelphia, where UPenn's wrestling well.
Spay, one of your favorite wrestling names on the mat right now, trailing though, Wolfgang Frabel.
Wolfie. I want to call him Wolfie every time I see him.
Wolfgang Fabel?
Wolfgang Frabel. He have a good Wiener Schnitzel afterwards to quench his hunger after cutting weight.
I don't know. I don't know.
How much weight is he cutting?
I don't know how much he's cutting. I don't know if
to
he's a
ask
big Wiener Schnitzel guy. I'm not sure.
Everybody loves schnitzel. Maybe some strudel instead?
I prefer schnitzel, I think.
Okay.
What's strudel?
Strudel's like dessert.
Oh.
That's like,
Why not both?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Schnitzel
main
for
course.
dinner, yeah.
All right.
Some sauerkraut, perhaps?
Nah, I'm not a big sauerkraut guy.
I like sauerkraut.
Okay, well, sauerkraut for one of you.
That'd be him.
Cardenas leading, though. Sorry for mixing up the Cardenases, because there's only one in this tournament anyway. That was earlier in the watch party. If you remember that slip up, then you're a true watch party guy.
That's right.
And we appreciate you.
Thank you for your service.
Dean and Rogotsky, Isaac Dean, Ryder Rogotsky, 3-2 in the second period. Keckeisen versus Colton Hawks. Two U20 2021 teammates, Colton Hawks and DJ Washington, were on the same U20 team that went to Ufa, Russia.
Oofa.
Ufa! Yeah, that was a wild trip. I got to go on that. It was going to be a larger contingent of people, but getting visas in 2021 to go to Russia, not so easy. Now,
That was probably the last time anybody from here went to Russia.
yeah, it was post-COVID, pre-invasion. So there was a narrow window where you could really like go to Russia
Thread the needle.
for
They call
for something like that. And now, not so much.
Yeah, it's gonna maybe be a minute before we go back to Russia.
Yeah, we'll see.
Penn State, by the
Keckeisen
way,
takedown.
8-0 so far in this tournament.
Who is?
Penn State.
You should have said who. Guess.
Yeah, yes.
Ado, is anybody else? Let's see. You're on the. You can go to the team results page, right? We can
Yeah.
hit results.
Iowa currently, they've got 4-2 so far on the day. And then Oklahoma State, let's see.
Spratley won. Jamison
6-1.
won.
They are 6-1.
Teague
about-
Travis lost to Caleb Henson.
But he also picked up a win in that Pigtail.
he beat Winton Denkins of Dorm Dog fame.
Yep. He beat Dorm Dog Denkins.
Sounds like something Ned Flanders would say.
Dorm Dog Denkins did it.
Well, hey diddly ding dong dios. Dorm Dog Dinkins, Amin, Hamidi, Plott, Serber, and Hendrickson. So
When
there
I
you
was
go.
looking at those team results, did you guys already point out an all AWA matchup here between Keckeisen and Hawks?
Oh, I didn't
never
realize.
mind. Hawks didn't. Sorry. Hawks, he's not AWA. He's just a Missouri guy. Forget it. I didn't say anything.
Missouri guy?
University of Missouri.
M-I-Z. Z. They have one too many Z's on there.
Yeah. M-I-Z-Z.
It's not Miz.
Yeah.
It's Mizzou.
Forget I said anything, guys.
Yeah. David.
Hawks
We're not
is
gonna forget.
from Wentzville, Missouri.
Okay, yeah, just outside of St. Louis.
You know Wentzville?
Ryan Mahalski wants to know where the teams page is. Ryan, if you go to Track Wrestling and you're on this NCAA tournament hub, there's a button up top right that just says teams. And you click on that, and it'll give you your team scores.
Yeah, boom, bam.
But
And
you
then
can also go to results, and you can hit team results, and then you can look at weight by weight. Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit team detail, will you get more? Yeah, each team is hyperlinked as well in the on the team race button, and you can click that. It doesn't tell you how they did so far in the tournament, but then if you click on their names, there's more drop down. All right, whatever. Enough of Track Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Parky Keki up 6-1. Fishback putting it on Hale, so it doesn't look like we're going to be going into overtime here. It's third period and 7-1 for Dylan Fishback, which I'm sure warms John Kozak's heart. Evan Bates trying to get a win over Nick Stemmet, Northwestern. They've been wrestling pretty well. They don't have a ton of guys here in Philly, but they're limited by roster caps. And, Ohio State drops another one. I think Isaac Dean just won. 4-2.
Yep.
So Hartsel went down. Now Rogotsky goes down.
That's the 7 seed over the 26.
So, yeah, I can't really call it an upset, but still, if you're a Buckeye fan and you got Ryder, no offense to Ryder, I'm a big Bronx fan, Lawrenceville, New Jersey, but, Buckeye fans aren't used to losing to guys from Ryder. That's just probably how they see it. But in this case, can't call it an upset.
Parker Keckheisen wrestles so hard.
Yeah.
Just moving and clubbing and faking and he's just go.
Who's somebody that you wrestled that you remember that just doesn't let you get your breath?
There was
It's just
this guy from
hammered on your head,
Northwestern,
pressure.
John Giacchi or something. I think that
Yeah.
might have been it. He was just the most motor.
Yeah, the motor. You see, Colton Hawks is trying to all right, let me get back in my stance. And already Parker's got his leg up in the air, and he's like, well, I'll just get another takedown.
It'd be interesting to see a scoring breakdown for Keckheisen based on the minute of the match.
How later it's.
Yeah, because a lot of times he'll be up one takedown or two takedowns at the first. It doesn't feel because some of these guys they can just score.
Yeah.
But Keckheisen really breaks these guys. You'll just see the points start to pour on late in the matches a lot of times.
I think it was at Big 12s, and they were trying to get bonus points because the whole team race thing was going. And after his match at the finals, he just laid on his back. I'm like, is he hurt? I'm like, no, he's exhausted. Just does it to himself.
Yeah.
It's great.
Well, and then, I think we talked on FRL when Ben was on about how Parker takes a long route back to the center, almost to the point where he's daring the refs to really do something about it. He'll here's your straight path to the center, and he'll just kind of veer off to the side as he walks back, and it's that pace takes a lot of oxygen, so he's going to take every opportunity he can.
Yep.
Yeah, Hawks can't keep him down. We got Gabe Sollers and Zach Bronigal, the second Bronigal brother. Don't know who's older by, a couple seconds or whatever.
Yeah, I don't either.
Zach or Danny, but they're.
He didn't beat me out. I shoved him out.
What's that? Is it a
Terry,
brand?
yeah. He's like, of the womb. Yeah, thanks, Terry. We know. We get it.
That's a perfect Terry Branson thing to explain the joke a little bit more, but just make it that much more intense. I mean, of the womb.
Yeah.
Keckheisen now 16-3. This is exactly what we were talking about. It was
Points should start rolling.
It was 9-2 a second ago. Now
Yeah.
it's 16-3.
And if you're Hawks, what do you do?
Yeah.
Stephen Little got the 12 seed. Did that surprise you guys?
I don't know. Finishing second in a conference of 4 probably didn't help. He had a couple losses this year, and it didn't surprise me that much. He's ranked 9th or 8th, something like that. So
He is. He's ranked 5th.
okay,
And I feel like he's been pretty consistent in a weight class where the same guys have been ranked in the top 10 for most of the year.
yeah,
And you get, no shade, but Luke Stout is ranked 17th, got the 11 seed. Max Stout is ranked 12th and got the 6th seed. So the Stout brothers, what do they got going on with the NCAA committee? I'm kidding. There's no evidence of any of that. There's the tech fall.
Thanks, Bay.
I mean, of cheating.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Of the womb.
But, I don't know. There's guys that are ranked behind Little where it's like, man, Little, I don't remember him ever having like a drop off or anything. It's just, you lose to Ferrari, but that's a national champ.
Funny Jerry wants to know if he can watch ESPN on his laptop. Yes,
Probably.
you could.
We can watch.
As long as you have internet.
If you're not connected to the internet, you're not gonna be able to watch it.
Does your laptop have power? I mean, there's a couple other things you have to
Yeah,
know before
that
I
is true.
definitively say.
Okay. Well, yeah, we got to know a little bit more about your laptop.
Michael Beard for
Let us know the
Lehigh.
details.
Yes.
TP and Esco Bader, they say that you're looking lean and mean.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I am. Thank
Yeah.
you.
They donated. They're the only people so
Wrestling.
far that have gone onto the YouTube chat, and you can do a little tip. You can donate. Our tip jar is open. You guys are allowed to tip. Probably not going to go to us directly, but
It should.
it should. A little change in our
Actually,
pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going jingling-ling.
Yeah, or Nikki, our producer, says to donate to the Purple Bee. I mean, hey, anything you can give to this place is great because
Yeah, well-
this is a wonderful studio that we're in there now.
So, yeah, donate to FloWrestling, the Purple Bee, any of us personally.
Bader Foundation.
Beta.
Yep.
We're going to start up a nonprofit pretty soon.
Uncle Hefe in the chat is pointing out for TP and Esco that the reason Bader's looking lean and mean is that you're getting ready for veterans.
That's Masters.
Masters. That's
They,
even a
changed,
step.
they just changed the name.
Is there anybody you'd like to call out for Masters?
Wait, so we're going to get Master Bader on the mat.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, good. Great turn of phrase.
Anybody you'd like to call out?
Christian Pyle.
Okay.
Christian Pyle, let's go.
Just the single pile.
Yeah. I don't know if you can get down to weight.
AJ Ferrari.
Let me think here.
I bet CP could get pretty lean. He's not a big guy.
I wonder if we're in the same age group.
Is it 45,
Close.
40 to 45?
And it's like 1978 to 1982 or something like that. I have to look it up.
We'd be in the same age bracket, but
Yeah.
there's no way I'm getting down your weight.
No,
You'd have to bump
no,
up.
I won't.
And even then, I
I'll
don't
meet
think
you at
I'd-
180.
I don't think I'd want.
Spay.
Getting a little more info. I'm getting a little more info about Funny Jerry's laptop.
Okay.
Oh.
We got an update.
He has a MacBook Pro,
Nice.
but he's homeless, so he has to use McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Oh.
But he's got Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I think the McDonald's Wi-Fi will be good enough for you, Funny Jerry.
Yeah.
Do you have a power cord? And if so, and if not, what's your battery level at? That's going to impact what's going to happen.
If you have a hoverboard, you definitely need a power source. Mm-hmm. Michael Beard leading. Serber and Brophy. Brophy's an interesting guy. He's a South Carolinian native going to the Citadel. You don't see a lot of South Carolina guys, but there's like 3 or 4 South Carolina qualifiers. It's a big year for South Carolina. He just got taken down by Luke Serber, who's the big favorite for Oklahoma State. Bronigal 0-0.
Ferrari's on the mat.
AJ, here we
up
go.
3-0. He's got the double thigh pry working on the edge, and another
Fast
round.
twitch.
Oh, we got Coach Flynn and Muhammad McBride in the corner. I wonder if we get a Bracky sighting.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, if you don't listen to a lot of TP and Esco, you should listen to their new AJ Ferrari. It's not. I mean, it's been out all season, but so you guys, I've already in the chat. You've heard it, but go ahead, give it a listen.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and TP and Esco just shout out Citadel. Citadel mentioned at least either TP or Esco went to Citadel. It's a military school, so that might like turn some guys off. But it's also in Charleston, South Carolina, which is like the most like picturesque like coastal
I've never
southern
been
town.
to Charlestown. I've been to South
I
Carolina.
have a friend that lives there, and it's pretty nice. Ferrari not letting up, dog on a bone on that leg.
Yep.
For Ian, Bush is the competitor for West Virginia. Levi Hopkins, also from Alaska.
Both TP and Esco went to Citadel.
Oh,
Hey!
doubles of the
What's
Bulldogs.
up, guys?
yeah.
Looks like a nice town, Spay.
Oh, yeah, you Google those pictures.
It's on the beach. Wow.
Hey, if you want a cool movie that's set in, they never mention the name of it, but it's set in the Citadel. It's a story about some early cadets in Citadel. The Lords of Discipline, starring Kurt Russell. It came out in the early 80s.
Lords of Discipline.
Lords of Discipline.
Watch it tonight.
Yeah, 1983 thriller drama.
Maybe watch it between sessions.
Yeah,
Why not?
that's a good movie. All right, AJ Ferrari's up 3-0.
Heading to the second period. After AJ, we're going to take one quick break, but don't worry, we got a little more AJ left before that all happens.
Well, Bates and Stemmet, that's a battle. In the third, 12-10.
Bronigal trailing Sollers in the third. Bronigal's the 9 seed.
Oh, could we see doubles of the Bronigals go down? Oh, they got to scramble. Man, Bronigals are such easy guys to root for.
Yeah.
When that plots, that already happened? Yeah, we're a little behind here on this dashboard.
Iowa State first round, huh? With Keeter and Herrera.
Brophy coming back on Serber.
Hey, have we pointed out Glazier yet?
No, did he wrestle yet?
He's wrestling right now, and if he wins and if AJ Ferrari wins,
yes, yeah.
we're going to get the rematch.
Rematch of the original Double Birds.
Yeah. He's changed the birds since then.
Yeah, now they're respectful Roadrunner birds.
Yeah. He's
not the other kind of birds. Bader, what were the other birds like?
he
Let the record show that Bader is giving his computer 2 middle fingers.
Bader, I mean, people change their favorite bird from time to time.
People can change.
I can change.
You
can change.
Ben Keeter on the bout. We got.
can change. It's Rocky. Go ahead.
There's been
Speaking of
so many
Philadelphia,
Rocky references. Like this, everybody's social media is like Rocky Steps, Rocky Steps.
They had it on the broadcast earlier.
It's in Philly, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're all yelling Adrian for some reason.
I hope they're in their cheesesteaks, guys. Y'all, are you cheesesteak guys?
I like cheesesteak. I mean,
I love a cheesesteak.
Yeah, who doesn't like a good cheesesteak?
it's not something I'm gonna like eat many parts of the country, but if I'm in that area, I'll eat one.
I can't hear cheesesteak without thinking of this totally stupid story. But we're in high school, and I'm gonna tell it.
I'm gonna tell it.
I love a good stupid story.
And this is a space stupid story time. You run a half and you got to get perpendicular, right? This is what early guys coach. Well, we were wrestling this team, and instead of saying perpendicular, the coaches would yell T-shape. And we're like, why are they yelling T-shape? And then it was
explain
like,
it to you?
instead of perpendicular. And then so we would just start yelling cheesesteak instead of T-shape because it rhymed. And that was just anytime they would yell T-shape, we'd go cheesesteak, cheesesteak. All right.
I kind of want a cheesesteak. There
Now
you
I
go.
want-
Cheesesteaks
yeah.
out here in Vola, Texas.
Violent Texas.
Volantante. Well, 5-5, we're going overtime. No, both Bronicles lost.
Wow.
They weren't overtime. Must have had riding time point that they didn't know about. And Brophy's up 10-7. They're in a scramble. Serber trying to get the takedown. Brophy's so long. He's a super tall guy. He's probably like 6'4". Maybe not that tall.
1001.
And he elevated.
Wow.
How much time?
Doesn't say, Spay.
It's Serber. You got to get that leg back, Brophy. But Brophy, they're out. They're back to their feet.
Andy Smith looking to prevent the rematch with AJ Ferrari, the Glazier rematch.
Brophy's going to get a takedown.
He got a
He's gonna ice
takedown.
it.
Oh, man. Brophy, Citadel, TP, and Esco both stand up.
And for the team race, that's a little bit of a hit to
That's huge.
Oklahoma State.
Oh, that's so rough for Serber, too. He's got to go all the way back, Ultimate Road Warrior, or just Road Warrior, to get to the podium, and that'll be his last chance. He's one of the best to never AA as seniors.
What if he just gets a bunch of pins and helps the team?
I would love it. Serber, all those guys. Let's get one good ride, Cowboy.
AJ doing a little.
AJ, I
don't know if it's showmanship or just trying to be weird.
I don't think he's trying. I think it just kind of comes natural.
Oh, okay.
No, he does that quite a bit.
Yeah.
He really wants guys to shoot on him because he'll score, but they're not going to.
Yeah.
Even though there's no way for them
As
to win.
you say that, he takes a shot and gets reattacked.
Yeah. You have to be so shot selective. I mean, any guy that's good at reattacks like AJ is. And it's so easier said than done because you're like, I got to get something going here. Once they get the lead, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Now AJ gonna work for the major. He's got the 7-0 lead, and I imagine a whole lot of riding time.
Yeah. Keeter up on Herrera. That's a Cyhawk battle. You haven't seen AJ as Ian Bush. They kind of roll out of bounds, so no danger for Ferrari, but you don't see him, and the match was over. So Ferrari now done for the session. No.
Yeah, there's still time.
Okay.
They wrestled 3 periods in folk style.
AJ just gave him the auto escape.
he may think he's gonna work for a takedown here.
My point was that Bush kind of rolled him, and like Ferrari didn't look super comfortable in that kind of a scramble. And it's like, when have we ever seen Ferrari in any kind of scramble?
Yeah, it doesn't have much. Oh my gosh, AJ wants his major. He's in deep on the shot. Short time left, and he's not going to get it. But even the effort, interesting to see.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get a point for riding time. It's going to be 8-1.
Regular decision. Now we got Barr
Yeah. Penn State's Bar's on the mat, huh?
on Tucker Hogan. That's a tough sounding name.
Tucker Hogan.
Tucker Hogan.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, I'll
tough.
take
He's
that.
really good on top, true freshman, but got his hands full a little bit here with Josh Barr. That guy, he was a big pickup for Lockhaven. I remember when Bader, when we were out at the Chance Marsteller screening, Coach Moore was there, and I was curious how Tucker Hogan was coming along. And at that point, they hadn't decided whether or not he was going to start, but he's good.
Here we
he
are.
is at NCAA's.
Should we take one more break and then come back for the conclusion of session 1 of the 2025 NCAA Watch Party?
Yes, we should.
Let's do it.
All right.
Back, baby.
We're back.
We're
for
so back.
What's coming up next?
Gable Stevenson.
Heavyweight.
The Heavy Chevys.
The biggity boys. These biggity boys are some diggity dogs.
Larger in charge.
And when they fall, we're yelling timber.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Two stout. So the Stout Bros are both wrestling, and we know what happens if we get doubles of the Stout
How
wins.
about that?
Is
They
that
wrestle each other.
ESPNU? They'll be able to show both of them, but not in a split box on just the single
Same
mat.
mat. Brother versus brother.
Yeah.
You have brothers, Bader. You ever wrestle your brothers?
One time I wrestled my brother Adam and I are about 14 months apart.
Okay.
And we both started wrestling when I was in 4th and he was in 5th grade. And right within the first year or two, we went to our first freestyle tournament. And there's one other kid and us that were the same size, so they just said, you guys are in a bracket. And he beat me.
Wow. You got brothers. Any brother versus brother? Bray bro?
No, my brother, my older brother and I were like a weight class apart for my sophomore year, his senior year of high school, but no, we never were in the same bracket.
My older brothers were too big. We never really overlapped, but those two were basically the same weight. Were less than like 14 months apart or whatever, and they for both football and for wrestling. If they were ever matched up, they did it once, and then the coaches for both teams were like, "We can't. No, we're keeping them as far apart as possible."
Speaking of brothers, Mac Stout with an 11-0 lead. Luke Stout, though, he's tied on top, wrestling Mickey O'Malley. So Mickey O'Malley, he may try to get out here and prevent this brother match from happening.
We need it.
His famous phrase, I don't remember which year, but it's like, you go out there and you go for upper body throws and stuff. He goes, yeah, you got to test their gangster.
Test their gangster.
Yeah.
That's a great line.
I like it.
He's like, he's gangster. He's Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey.
Big gangster energy there?
They call it the Heights. No, it's a pretty normal place.
Okay.
He went up 174 for 4 years, I believe, at Drexel. And now he's at 197. So we got him maxed out. He maxed out the scoreboard at 12
Okay.
against Delegata of
You
Cornell.
think he at what point does he think about his brother's match? Like right now, is he like,
Yeah, he's looking at the score right now. He's like, all right.
trying to... You can't really stick around and watch because the way that they flow everything on the floor is pretty efficient. So it's like as soon as you get off the mat, you're supposed to walk back to the tunnel. There are monitors and all that back in the tunnels, so these guys can watch what's going on.
Yeah,
Man,
it's not one of those regular tournaments where they just let you just hang out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here by the mat.
Yeah.
No.
Man, Luke putting a really, really good ride together.
Yeah, O'Malley, a lot of guys do that now. They go too quick to look, this is not coaching advice, but it seems that, Beck told my Bison. Oh, no. Yeah,
they got Joey
switched. Novak and
Novak
Bechtold.
over here.
But it's like they're trying to get out, and they want to do like a dive roll or a Granby or something, and they just end up getting stuck back on the mat.
Well, it's
Easier said than
it's
done.
tough because like either you're gonna, best case scenario is all right, it works out, you get a reversal. Most likely is probably a long delayed stalemate where you get a bunch of riding time. Worst case is as you're scrambling, you get held on your back for a couple seconds and give up near fall.
Yeah. Did they accidentally go to the wrong feeder? 'Cause
Yeah,
they're showing
it's weird.
They're showing Max.
They had
or Mac.
Yeah, they had Novak putting Bechtold on his back, and so I think they went there for the potential pin, but
Because the scoreboard is still the Stout O'Malley, and it looks like O'Malley's not going to be able to get out.
yeah.
So we're going to get brother versus brother. Interesting Big Ten matchup. Isaiah Salazar's Endless Salad Bar versus Nick Shoemate. That's Minnesota versus Ohio State.
Nick? Seth?
Oh,
Schumann?
Seth.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time, I remember.
Spade.
That was Seth.
We had this realization at Big Tens. You weren't there, but I've filled you in on it. But I'm going to fill the people in. You've had this Isaiah Salazar's Endless Salad Bar joke in your head forever. It really doesn't make sense. But what if he had wrestled Josh Barr?
Yeah.
That would have been your opportunity
To be the-
you could have made the joke would have really
Salazar Salad Bar.
yeah, it really would have landed in a better way. But
I just like the sound when you're saying it. Isaiah Salazar's Endless Salad Bar. I would use that as a restaurant.
why endless?
Because you have to add some syllables in there to make it sound better.
Salad bars are endless.
What if it was just like Salazar's Salad Bar?
That's too simple.
Okay.
I get what, hey, you don't like the needless complications that you think. I hear the poetry in the extra syllables.
Okay.
Speaks to me that way. Oh, Gable Stevenson's already off the mat.
Dang, just got off the mat. Gable Stevenson.
Can we get that up there again, or they must be challenging? So
Gable-
Stout's got riding time. He can ride out for the win.
Yeah, Gable said that he said he was going to put on a show unlike any other this weekend. He said people are going to be
So here's the topic. It is if Gable obliterates the field. JD was like, is this comparable peak Gable to like peak Sanderson for a college wrestler?
Yeah, right?
Well, then it was like, well, you got to factor in some other stuff, and Kale at the time was just so far ahead of everyone for longer, and Gable's taking some time off and stuff like that.
But is this version of Gable
Like that
comparable?
far ahead of how Kale was ahead of the field back then.
Seems like it, yeah.
I think it's a conversation. Man, Cotton of Michigan State making it at least a little interesting, although Buchanan seems to be pulling away now. But that's Stephen Buchanan trying to get bonus points.
So Shoemate with the win, huh?
Stout and O'Malley are going to go to because of injury. We got choice.
I was looking down at my computer. How did Shoemate get that win? Did you guys see?
No, it still says second period.
I just saw him giving high fives. So maybe he got a fall. Chat, did you guys see it? Did you guys see Shoemate? Uncle Hefe says, wow, Shoemate. Uncle Hefe, wow, what? What happened?
Tell us, Uncle.
What happened?
Unc. What happened? All right, so they end up on their feet. Oh, O'Malley had injury. Okay. So Luke Stout's going to advance. So what happened is, Luke was riding, and then O'Malley injury time. So now Stout gets to choose position, and he's like, I already have riding time locked up. We're
Why
gonna
give
go
him
on
an
our feet.
opportunity for an escape? Just go
or
neutral.
reversal or whatever.
Yep.
Reversal to pin, says Charles Mello. Is that what happened? Salazar got pinned. So
Dang.
Nick is his nickname, but I call him Nick. But Seth's Shoemate.
Yep.
Big pin.
They put Gable back up on the screen for
Okay,
us.
here's the
Gable.
replay.
Oh, look at that little.
Yeah, sorry,
Single to double to
Dang.
suck back, like
Filipovic.
kid, like looks like kids tournament.
They should let Gable Stevenson. If you win an Olympic gold medal, headgear is now optional.
Yeah.
It just looks weird on him.
Yeah. Man, Gable, what a beast.
The picture or the video, I think CP put it up of it was like the fastest feet at heavyweight. Just him like drilling is just a different speed. Everybody else is moving at a different speed.
Yeah.
Volker and another rider, Bronk, they qualified a bunch through MAC. Ooh, Zarowski. That was a reversal and an escape, so the same as an escape. Feldman Bullock. Bullock is one of the few Old Dominion refugees still wrestling.
Yeah.
Jacob Bullock. And Nick Feldman.
In the chat, Ohio State really good with reversals. I think that's a Bouzakis reference. Nick Bouzakis, he's the reversal king.
Yeah, don't go on top. Owen Treffin for Lehigh taking the mat against Ashton Davis of Cornell. That used to be a big EIWA rivalry. Now it's a cross-conference, inter-conference rivalry.
It really does change the landscape of this NCAA tournament to have the Ivies separate. It just, the way that the seeds fall, you have two more conference champs and you get extra points for high performing your conference. It does change the landscape.
For sure. Some of the EIWA teams, especially some of the more well-known ones like Lehigh, and they don't see as many of the Ivies as they used to. I think, the scheduling is still done independent, but you just don't get on the schedule as much. Colton Schultz on the mat against Neves of UNC. Neves had an interesting up and down season. Had some big wins. Big Jim Mullen from New Jersey.
Oh, Volker just about got caught on his back, man. Great scramble going on here at 197.
And Volker's super tough. He's like a guy you want on your team. I didn't think he would be in this type of a battle. Oh, he almost caught that second leg.
Dude, Volker has been like 95% of the way to a takedown a couple times in this scramble. See Drew Foster over there in the corner.
Yep, Lee Roper. Overtime.
I wonder how many overtimes we've had this round. What's your guess? 6?
Good amount.
Over under 6.5.
I think more than 6.
All right, here's the challenge.
I think. All right, yeah, let's lay a challenge down. I think you said it's 6.5.
I don't know. I was without thinking. For sure.
6.5. I'll say over. Give me the over.
And 6, and you say over.
And is this at this moment in time or at the end of the round?
No, right now.
Right now. I think over.
Well, then count them up is going to be a pain. Let's just call it for the whole round.
It's not hard to count them. I can do it.
Count them up.
I actually want to change my over under
Bray,
because
what
I
do you
can think of 3 or 4 off the top of our head, but that's all right. No, we'll stick with 6.5.
6.5. I
That's a
took the
decent
over.
over under.
You can take whatever side of the over under you
What
want.
do you want, Bader?
No, I'm setting the line.
You already set the line.
Line
I'll
is
take
set.
the over.
You'll take the over. Spay, you taking the over or the under?
Well, I guess I got to take the under.
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, there's no point. I'm going to end up doing 1,000 push-ups. I'm taking the under. Come on, overtime. Stop happening.
Okay. There have been 6 sudden victory matches, and then how do they indicate right?
TB?
Tiebreaker?
TB. And 1 tiebreaker match. So there have been 7. We got the
Was
over.
that not the perfect over
We
under?
got the over. Yes. I'm gonna do push-ups anyway, so
Yeah, we'll do them with you.
yeah.
I didn't get my push-ups in this morning.
Well, yeah, maybe we at the very end. There's the one challenge so far has been
Yeah.
resolved. The other two are still outstanding.
Yeah, we still got a couple. Wow, Zarowski getting it done. That's an upset. Big time for Ryder.
Oh, good for Ryder to get it done, but tough for you and I. I know that's gonna their trophy aspirations.
I'm just gonna make it tougher.
John Hange, head coach at Ryder. I mean, talk about a school that doesn't have a lot of resources. I mean, they're in a similar boat to like the schools like Cleveland State and the Pennsylvania, the PSAC schools. You know, your Edinburghs, your Clarions, Lock Haven, and Edinburgh. They are a very regional school.
Yeah.
So they're not drawing on a lot of national guys to recruit for. And they don't have the resources of an Ivy League or an elite institution or state schools where they have money for guys that can't afford to go there. They're trying to work off of, there's a reversal to pin.
Yeah,
So
sure.
anyway, my point is, hey, as an institution, they're punching above their weight. Shoemate.
Yeah, nice win for Ryder, for sure.
Shoemate from Dublin Kaufman. Mm-hmm. I feel like I remember seeing him at Ironman like years and years ago.
Yeah, who's number one?
Salazar. Well, my opportunities to make salad bar jokes are
Diminished.
slowly coming to an end. Slavakuski, Blake Andrews. So the CSUB qualified 2 guys.
There we go.
Well,
Wait,
actually,
they
no.
qualified 3.
Yeah, Richard Sandoval.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like the fact that like
Richard
Blake
Sandoval's unlimited sand volleyball.
sand volleyball. Hey, yeah, that's
Andrew
just as stupid
Spey,
as
get in
salad
on
bar.
it.
But Andrews, this is his first time qualifying, and it's like, hey, bring AJ Ferrari into the room and pick up a few things from your guy at 197.
Yeah.
Owen Treffin, great story. NC State qualified for the NCAAs for the Wolfpack the last 2 years. Isaac Trumbull moves up from 197. And then during the middle of the first semester, after the season has started, he transfers to Lehigh, wrestles in open tournaments, and then he's cleared to start second semester. Came into the tournament undefeated.
Looking good. What's he? This is a 4 seed?
Number 4 seed.
4 seed.
Do we need to fit a commercial in, or can we just kind of wait out? We're in heavyweight.
We're getting close. Yeah, we're running down to the end.
Yeah,
here.
a lot of these are in
we'll
third
stay,
period.
We'll stay with it. We'll stay with it.
We got to figure out who. This is an award that me and Nomad made up back in like 2017 or 18.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's the Doug Villaro Last Man on the Mat Memorial Award.
I do.
Doug
I
Villaro
remember
for
this.
Lehigh. It was like 2 different tournaments, or we both went to EIWAs and then NCAAs. Like every round, it's like, all right,
He's the
we
last
done with
guy.
this round yet? And then you look out and like, no, there's still 2 heavies going at it. One of them's Doug Villaro, and so we named the award after him. So we'll see who wins that award. There's a good crowd there in Philly. Haven't seen too many like big crowd shots. Just been going from mat to mat.
I've seen a couple wider shots, and I'm like, dude, it's packed.
Yeah.
It looks packed out in that place. Yeah, doing a great job packing.
I was trying to check tickets on the resale market. Still way up there
$2,000 or something.
for all sessions.
I saw like a floor ticket for the finals for like $2,000.
Oh wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The all sessions are not cheap. So it's like one of those things where it's like you got to go to an NCAAs or blah blah blah. And it's like, well, it's easy for us to say like we're not laying out travel, hotel, and tickets. If the tickets were like $10-20 a pop, for each session, yeah. But they're trying to maximize value in there, which is it's tough for fans, but good for the sport. Luke Luffman, hey, we're talking about Illinois. That's a guy that really helped push them
Elevate
up a
the
level.
program?
Yeah. They had a lot of guys redshirting. He was one of them. I think it was a medical redshirt.
Greg Kirkfleet, looking, that's going to be a tech fall.
That's a tech ball, buddy.
They're 15-0, probably 16 if he's got riding time.
Sam Mitchell, originally from Buffalo, transferred to Wyoming, filling in at heavyweight there. And that's, Kirkfleet's a special kind of heavyweight, too.
Yes, very much.
Different build than Gable, but like the same type of like, man, how are you an athlete like of that level at that size? Treffin he's showing off some moves there too. Ashton Davis of Cornell. And it's not a tech fall yet, is it? Oh,
Yeah, I think
it
that's
is.
17-2.
Seth Neville's former Penn State heavyweight, now at Maryland, taking on Jordan Greer of the Ohio Bobcats. And there's Trumbull. That's the guy that precipitated the transfer of Treffin from NC State to Lehigh, and he has a lower seed. Trumbull's at the 7 and Treffin's at the 4.
Kind of wild.
Yeah.
Trumbull, really nice off season. He was in the Olympic trials finals, which you gotta be pretty good to do that.
Yeah, pretty decent. Big T-Rums. We have upset alert for Brady Colbert for Army, 22 seed, leading 11 seed Big Jim Mullen of Virginia Tech, 8-1. Is that the final? Did that already happen? That's an upset alert. And there's Colton Schultz with the victory. Treffin gets the dub. Let me see. I see Brophy Solids. It's not in our. You can go to www.flowrestling.org/articles/139594457, and you can check out our every upset at the 2025 NCAA Wrestling Championships. Or you can go to our Watch Party homepage, look through the news tab, find all the articles and blogs that we're writing. Colbert, yes, here it is. They're showing the replay. It's going to get
What was the
right
article number, Spay?
That article number is 139594457. Colbert's an interesting story because at EWAs they had Stoddard in for the whole season, and then they were going to have basically a wrestle-off. Colbert, you got to go in there against Corey Day, who's ranked 15th for Binghamton at the last dual meet of the year for Army, and then Corey Day did not wrestle in that duel. So then they had to have a wrestle-off in the gym, or in the practice room, and Colbert won. So Stoddard, who was a top 15 guy, doesn't start EIWAs. Colbert still earns the bid. They didn't have to throw the automatic qualifier back, because Colbert still had a good enough resume to keep it for the EIWA. Colbert gets a spot. Now he's got to win over number 11.
And who knows what's to come?
Who knows what's to come? So we didn't even know he was going to start in the postseason until, 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? That's showing off the Army depth. They got a deep room, and Kevin Ward and company are coaching those guys up pretty well. Who is Colbert going to wrestle next?
Good question.
I had Mullen advancing.
So 11 would be the 6.
Heinzelman, Josh Heinzelman, the former Oklahoman, the Sooner, now at Michigan, and they got a pretty good track record at heavyweight. So,
Yeah, he's really, I think, advanced this year at Michigan.
he did, but I would point out that he made the round of 12 last year, so he was on this trajectory, but they're keeping him going.
They are keeping him going.
It's good to keep it going. Wyatt Hendrickson.
The great American hero.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's going to want to get some bonus points.
Yeah, needs to make up for Serber, although, hey, Serber can now score more points than he would have otherwise because he's got all that backside bonus material.
Good.
Potential
is there. 11.5 point lead for Penn State over Oklahoma State.
Ooh, more trouble for Lance Runyon. He is a very small heavyweight, or more trouble for you and I should say, although it's still early, but it looks like Trevor Tinker of Cal Poly is going to get near fall to go with his takedown. Lance Runyon started his career at 165 as a redshirt freshman, or true freshman. Now he's at heavyweight. Neville's in the lead 4-0. Still trying to get the first Terp All-American in the Alex Clemson era.
Nice peek out from Hendrickson, excuse me.
Hendo. So that's on the split screen on ESPNU. That's Dayton Mr. Pitzer for Pitt and Daniel Buknavich. Buknavich is the only representative for Cleveland State, which means we could be watching the last matches, the second to last match in Cleveland State Viking wrestling program history.
Hendrickson looking for a fall. I think he's going to get it here.
He's got enough time. Got almost 2 minutes.
And
all right, over-under on pins in round 1.
Oof. Man, that's hard.
I'll set the line at, let's see, per weight, there's 16 matches.
Currently or by the time this thing is over?
By the time this thing's over. And there's only a couple more heavies to go.
16 matches per, no, there's 17 matches per weight.
Oh yeah, that we
Pigtail.
plus the pigtails.
170 matches.
What percentage of them are pins? I will say 10%, 17.5 over under.
I feel like I'm taking the under.
That's probably too high. All right, let's
I was thinking of an over-under more like 11 or 12, so maybe 15.
Bader, you're smarter than I am at this. Let's go 12.5.
Take the over.
Bader's the over.
I don't know. If you're in the chat, tell us. What do you think? 12.5, more or less? I said more? Okay.
There could be more, and you know.
I mean, that's just
12.5?
That's one per weight plus a couple others.
12.5.
Man, that's a good. I feel like that's a good line. I guess I'm going under. I'm going
Okay.
under.
Ray's taking the under. I'll take the over,
All right, I'm going to tell you what we're at right now.
and then we can see if we need to root for a pin or not. What does the chat say?
Oh,
Uncle
dude.
Hefe says 10.5, so Uncle Hefe's taking the under. I got you down here as the under.
It's way over. There's already 20 falls.
Wow.
17 would have been.
Yeah. They're already,
17 was good.
there are already 20 falls, and then Wyatt Hendrickson isn't in there yet.
2 per weight. Yeah, makes sense.
yeah.
I said 10%. All right, so I should have trusted my gut and never listened to Bader.
You-
But a more fun contest.
That was
but,
stupid.
all right,
I don't know
but
why you
that's
would do something like that.
but that's just 5 more for Bray.
5 more push-ups. I don't care. I love it. I love it.
5? I-
Make it 50 push-ups then.
Don't make it 50.
1,000 push-ups. They got the outdoor little gym set up.
They
we
do
got
have a
dip
gym.
off.
Have you seen the
Really?
gym?
No.
yet? Yeah,
They
we'll
got a
show
little
you.
turf field, and
Dips,
Nick,
pull
your
up bar.
producer, says if you got to get in it right now because the turf gets 110 degrees or whatever. So you
Today?
get a little
Not
outdoor workout.
I'm down.
And then Braybot has brought your paddleboard.
I brought my paddleboard in case we want to get
So
on the water.
Can we
The
get
water's right here, right?
It's right there.
Can we get a trio on the paddleboard? How much weight can it support?
It's more
I'm
like
not
for,
getting
it's
on the-
more like for one person. Yeah. Oh, Nikki's got extras.
Nicky coming through. He's got the workout, got the gym,
Yeah. Yeah.
all at the Purple
Yeah.
Bee, which is where we are, by the way.
You
here
want
in
your
Austin.
paddleboards and a studio? Purple Bee. Only
Shout out
place.
to the Purple Bee, for sure.
Trumbull's up 18-2, so that means the match is over. Tech fall there, and we're getting down to one of your favorite awards here, Spay.
Oh yeah, who wins the Doug Villar Award? We gotta pick that before the tournament. I mean, before the round.
I kind of wish you would have named it after Ian Butterbrode. Remember him?
Yeah, Ian Butterbrot Brown. It
He
sounds
was-
like he's a food from Game of Thrones.
He was.
Yeah. Brett Brown.
He was one of those guys I remember at NCAAs.
Yeah,
a
wrestle
while
for
back that was
Brown.
always, late wrestler.
Pitzer, Bucknavich. All right, Bucknavich's still alive. Everybody's got to be rooting for Bucknavich, right? I like Pitzer. He's a fun heavy for Pitt, and his name is the name of also his school plus Zer.
Pitzer. It's pretty cool.
It's like when Vince Cornello was at Cornell.
Yes, he's still there.
It is like now when Vince Cornello is.
He's injured again. That's why Saunders is in the lineup, and he got a win.
Oh, nice standing switch.
Switch season. Flipped
I
it.
like it.
Yeah. Bucknavich might have to win this or win a consolation. All right, first round pins was 12.5. Bray took the under, you fool.
Man. Yeah, I was a fool in that situation. Let's see. Somebody in the chat was asking, did Nick Feldman win first round? He did. He won 4-2.
Oh, by the way, Uncle Hefe, I saw you in there. You said 10.5, so you got to be doing push-ups
Uncle
with Bray.
Hefe's got 5 push-ups with me.
Yeah,
We got this, Unc.
make it happen. I know, Uncle. It's no problem for Uncle Hefe. He's going to rip him out. He probably already did them. He's like, I'll do 5 more.
He did. He probably got him ahead of me.
Yeah. We got some Trey Munoz fans in the chat. I think he already wrestled a little while ago.
I think most people have wrestled by now.
Most of them have.
Most people have wrestled the match. It's going to be tough for Lance Runyon to come back in this bout, losing to Tinker, Taylor, Soldier Spy. And Tinker pouring it on. Gavin Hoffman's a cool story for Lockhaven, wrestled for Ohio State, was basically retired, and then they pulled him back out, and he's going to be a coach there too, I think. He's from Montoursville, Pennsylvania.
Montoursville. Big Montoursville guy.
He committed to Ohio State live on Flow at NHSCA's, and I remember it was one of the first things I did.
Okay, sweet.
And I was so hyped for it. I took a picture on my phone. I was like, "Oh, we're gonna hear from Gavin Hoffman, and where's he gonna thing?" And I tweeted it out there like, "Get ready!" And Twitter cropped it so you couldn't see, but the whole image, once you click to expand it, showed he was holding an Ohio State hat
Oh no.
in his lap. And someone's like, hey, you might want to delete that tweet. And this was like 10 minutes before he did it. So like, I don't know how many people actually saw it.
Sure.
But hey, a little Marcus Blaze situation. So when that happened to Kozak, I'm like, hey, that was basically me. I'm like week number 4.
Yeah. All right, Pitzer. It would be, if Pitzer ends up winning the Doug Villaro Award, it's going to be a real change in body types.
Yeah, Villaro was a big dude. I think he finished round of 12, highest finish. Hoffman just gets the win. Yeah, Hoffman over Corey Day. So Lockhaven over Binghamton. And, yeah, Pitzer, Buknavich. Well, good for Cleveland State to get a little more airtime. And that's session
Just
1.
just barely got that award, dude. One
Yeah.
match finish and then the other.
Congrats on that, and really, it's if he can do it over the course of all 6.
Yeah, how
what
many
kind of
times?
endurance does he have? We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, chat, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We've had a great first session, and we're really just getting started.
Yeah.
If you guys are curious what sort of upsets have happened, guess what? There's an article about it on FloWrestling. If you're a Penn State fan, you want to know what are the Penn State results, go read the article about it. Iowa fan, read the article.
Wait. Is there an article for that too?
Go read it in the article.
There's an article for that.
Oklahoma State fan. Guys, there's so much coverage on FloWrestling. Go to our social channels. We're going to be posting highlights very shortly.
Congratulations to Penn State on your lead right now that will never be relinquished. But second place, still a dogfight.
Very much so. Iowa sitting in 6th, but a lot of wrestling to go, a lot of points to be handed out. Thank you guys for tuning in to session 1. For Mark Bader, Andrew Spey, I'm David Bray. We'll see you for session number 2 coming up later this evening.
6 p.m.
Yep.
Central.
Bye-bye.